Hello everybody and welcome back to a brand new rep stream. This is going to be a long one. This is going to be one for the ages. We have primaries that are coming up very imminently. Results are already closed out of Kentucky. In 10 minutes we got North Carolina closing, and then by the end of the hour we're going to have Pennsylvania, and that is the big one of the night because you have none other than Dr. Oz going up against David McCormick and Kathy Barnett in one of the most high-profile, razor-thin Senate primaries so far. Dr. Oz so far is the favorite. However, a Barnett upset could very well be in the cards, which would really shake up the Harrisburg GOP establishment. Same thing goes for the governorship. Doug Mastriano, the self-proclaimed Christian nationalist and outspoken conservative, very big on election integrity issues there in Pennsylvania. Doug Mastriano, he is projected, well, not projected, but many people are predicting him to have an easy victory tonight over Lou Barletta and many other people. I like Lou Barletta, but it seemed like maybe he should have ran for Senate. I think that if he jumped in the Senate race when Sean Parnell dropped out, then he probably would be the front runner to take that seat. But it seems as if Mastriano is the favorite to win so far. So we're going to see what happens, and we're really going to go from there. But we have a lot to cover. Kentucky already closed. Nothing big out of Kentucky. Rand Paul is going to be renominated fairly easily. A lot of people expect that to happen, and it already basically has been. They projected him. We could pull it up on screen right now. They projected Rand Paul the winner. I don't know if you guys can, hopefully you guys can see that there on screen. They have projected Rand Paul the winner. He's won with 86% of the vote. Charles Booker easily wins the Democrat primary. He'll be sucking up a lot of money and donations from, I guess you would say, these like blue and on boomers that think they could flip Kentucky. And, well, they're not going to flip Kentucky. They're going to lose miserably. It's hilarious. But nevertheless, that's just what's going to go down tonight. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to send them in via Super Chat. I'll be reading Super Chats throughout the stream. There's definitely going to be a lot of breaks in between reporting the results to read Super Chat. So we're going to be doing that as the stream goes on. But Kentucky, not a whole lot out of there so far. That's why I didn't start the stream right when the polls closed. I could have started the stream technically an hour and 20 minutes ago. But nevertheless, it's been a slow reporting night so far for Kentucky as anticipated. But Pennsylvania is going to be the big one. Mail-ins typically get reported first and last, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens. That one might not even be called tonight, depending on how close it is. But a lot of Republicans are going to be voting on Election Day. They're not going to be voting via the mail-ins compared to Democrats, so do keep that in mind, especially when we're gauging the turnout differentials between the two. But North Carolina is another thing. Will Madison Cawthorn win his seat? Hopefully Ted Budd cracks the 30% threshold to avoid a runoff there. And if he's able to do that, well, he'll be the next senator out of North Carolina because the Democrats aren't fielding anybody noteworthy. So that's really all there is to it. We got a great show for you guys tonight, and it's definitely going to be, a big one. We got 1,600 live viewers, and the polls haven't even closed out of North Carolina yet. So we're going to get into it all. It's going to be fun, and we'll see what happens when the time comes. So apparently we've got 5 minutes until the polls close out of North Carolina. So do keep this in mind. But I will be streaming for a while. I'll be streaming probably. We got Idaho later. Idaho. Can Janice McGeehan pull off an upset? Well, according to the polling, it's very unlikely, but maybe it could still happen at the same time. You never know what's going to happen. Anything can happen in politics, especially if you have that Trump endorsement. I wish Trump would have done a rally for McGeehan instead of doing a rally for Herbster. Because Herbster, was he that much better than Pillen, I believe the guy who won? He's better than him in my opinion, but he had, scandals and all. Just taking everything into account, McGeehan would have been somebody worth rallying for, because if he did a rally for McGeehan, it definitely could have helped aid her chances. People are saying it's a long shot. Well, we'll have to see. But I'm going to be checking the betting odds as well. We got predicted for the betting odds. We're going to be looking at them periodically, refreshing them. Oz so far, the odds have him at 70%. Barnett's at 27% right now, so do keep that in mind. We'll be updating you guys as we get closer. Oh, Oz just jumped up to 71 while we were speaking. But it's going to be interesting to see. McCormick, at least McCormick is down. McCormick has basically zero chance at winning, and that's a good thing. So I'm hoping he plummets. I'm hoping that the anti-Oz energy actually puts Barnett over the top. I know that there's flaws in every single one of these candidates, but I did a video on this. We could pull up the dirt drop again. I really don't want to, but you guys understand the problems with Dr. Oz. And you guys understand the problems with McCormick. Barnett has a lot of unknowns in her record, but at the same time, there's also a lot more good there. She's opposing globalism, opposing the WEF. Oz and McCormick both are a part of it. That should tell you everything that you need to know. She's running to the right, and if she does win, I think that would be a massive victory because it shows the only way to beat a Trump endorsement is not to be some neocon, it's to run to the right of the Trump endorsement. That's how you do it. So we're going to get to super chats because we have several super chats already sent. The great MAGA King, aka based Elon Musk, says, will the First District Court of Appeals in Florida overturn the previous judge's ruling that struck down the Florida proposed map? I think so. I really believe that the Florida map is going to stay in place. Florida judges are much different than the judges in Ohio. They have a lot of loyalty to the party, and Ron DeSantis definitely has a lot of pull in the state party, and I think they're going to side with him there. Saga Fragus' opinion on Michigan governor's race debacle. I think that Craig, according to a lot of the polling, has got the advantage. It seems like Tudor Dixon was the, front runner to receive the Trump endorsement for a while, but she's like at 4% in the polls. And I don't think Trump is going to endorse her at this point, which is definitely going to hold back her campaign. So we'll have to see. Wanjo Candle says, what happens if John Fetterman dies? I don't believe he will. I mean, say what you will about the guy's politics. The guy's like 5 or 6'9". He's unbeatable. He's not. I really don't believe he's gonna let a stroke get to him. I honestly, I wish him well. I want him to be healthy for his ridiculously largely sized defeat in November. The size of defeat is gonna be bigger than him, which is really saying something because he's very much so a big dude. But Michael Kearney says, hey, Rep, do you think Simpson loses in Idaho? That's another thing. That's the congressional primary to watch. We'll be looking at primaries in Pennsylvania and some of these races as well. But I think the primary to also watch is the primary that we're going to be seeing in, I believe, Idaho's 2nd. I did this in the Rhino Roundup video. I covered this. You have a rhino already in there, and hopefully you can get him out. That's the real thing. Simpson needs to go down. You have a strong challenger. Is he favored to win? I don't know. I think it's 50-50. I really think it's 50-50. So we'll have to see. But guys, make sure you like the stream. Get it to 500. Hopefully we can get it up from there to 1,000 by the end of it. And subscribe to the channel. If you can't use the live chat, it's because you're not subscribed, which means you got to subscribe to use the chat. We do great analysis on this channel. You will not regret the free subscription, because if some people don't understand what the subscribe button is, they think you have to pay or something. A lot of the older generations in particular. But no, subscribe is free. It just means you get all the videos in your feed for those who don't know. But let's see. Maxwell Weschel says, the primary today was my first time voting. Proud to say I voted for Barnett, but was kind of wondering if I should have voted for Mastriano, voted Barletta. I don't think you did the wrong thing. I like both of them, but Mastriano's probably going to win. So Gerald Armstrong says, if Barnett wins, I'm going to vote a write-in. Well, I think that that's ridiculous and shows you're not paying attention, quite frankly. But that's beside the point. And there's a lot of other people that are going to be doing the inverse, and it's more understandable. People that say, I'm not going to vote in the general if Barnett doesn't win and McCormick or Oz wins. And I don't necessarily fully agree with that notion, but I do see where people are coming from. And it shows that when you're talking about electability, all these people saying Barnett can't win, but the Barnett supporters are the ones that are probably going to be most likely to hold out a general election, which is going to increase Fetterman's chances at winning. I don't think Fetterman would win regardless, but that's beside the point. Let's see. Seth Gammon says, did you think that Mark Walker will take enough votes for Pat McCrory to get to 30%? I don't think so. I mean, the guy's polling in single digits. Bud is the front runner. I've seen polls with Bud above 50, actually. I don't know if that's going to happen, but yeah, polls closed in North Carolina. Just going to finish off some of these super chats. Alex Ledbetter said, did you see what Kathy said about George Washington? I didn't. The Great MAGA King says in the recent McLaughlin poll, Alabama Senate race, any accurate or just a push poll? If that's the Brit poll, it's a push poll. Nothing said, what's your take on the Oregon primary? Well, you'll have to look at your username because I have no thoughts on that. Christopher Laurie says Sean Hannity's been cringe for the past few days, bashing Barnett and kissing up to Oz. I tend to agree. Stephen Cooper says, thanks for the base coverage of the big night. Thanks for the super chat. Shout out to Justin in Time History. Gerald Armstrong says, Rep, she's a Montgomery County Republican. She's playing the MAGA card for show you're being played. Well, what is that supposed to mean? Everybody in the race is from a big county. Trump is a Manhattan Republican, technically. Like, what exactly, like where you're from and what county you're from does not necessarily dictate what kind of Republican you are. There are legitimate criticisms of Kathy Barnett, and I've gotten to them in several videos. The whole Obama statue debacle, which is a little bit out of context, but still cringeworthy. Like, that's the issue I have. It's more the track record, not, oh, she's from Montgomery County. Like, McCormick is from Pittsburgh, and, like, not even from, like, the blue-collar part of Pittsburgh. And then you have Dr. Oz, also not even from the state. So Westfield 90 says, has Kathy been vetted? My worry is Roy Moore, too. She's not Roy Moore 2.0. Roy Moore was an alleged rapist and a weak candidate outside of that as well. She's not Roy Moore 2.0. Roy Moore underperformed by 30 points in the state of Alabama. If anything, Fetterman is more comparable as a candidate to Roy Moore than anybody running in the Republican race. So no updates out of North Carolina yet. We're monitoring the situation. I'll pull it up on screen to see when we do get results. Joe Biden says, I hope Joe Biden wins the Senate primary tonight. Thank you for the super chat. And we are waiting. So nothing at all. Gerald Armstrong says Barnett's a polished Kim Klacik. Even if that's true, look at who you're comparing her to. You have Dr. Oz, who won't even commit to ban puberty blockers. And then you have David McCormick, who's a globalist neocon shill and said whatever is best for China is best for America. That's what you're dealing with. This is not Barnett versus Paul Gosar or Barnett versus MTG or Barnett versus Trump. This is Barnett versus Dr. Oz and David McCormick. And I disagree with the Klacik comparison. The only comparison is the fact that she ran a long shot campaign in a D plus 20 district, which wasn't even as blue as the Klacik district, thinking that she could win and she couldn't. That's the comparison. So that's what I have to say about it. Now, you don't have to agree with me, but that's what I see. Alex Ledbetter said Kathy went to George Washington's home and ranted about white people. Did she act? Well, see, that I'd have to look into that one, because if that's true, that's the legitimate criticism that I see here. It'd be something like that. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, because there's been so much misinformation spreading about the Barnett campaign, such as Barnett supporting defund the police and BLM when that wasn't true. So I'll have to look into it. It might be true, but I heard nothing about it. Let's see. Gerald Armstrong says Oz and McCormick are both terrible. That's why I voted for Carla Sands. Well, she has no chance at winning. She'll probably end up getting single digits, to be honest, tonight. And that's the way I see it. Jay Shug says, do you think Pennsylvania is the most important state in the 2022 and 24 elections? I think that it's one of them. I think Arizona, Pennsylvania, those are going to be the ground zero states. And we're going to have to watch them. And if Trump wins Pennsylvania in 2024, he's taking the whole election. He's winning it all. There's no questions asked about it. So, and yeah, this another thing is that Dr. Oz, he supported Jussie. Like, after the whole Jussie thing. Like, that, I think, says a lot about his judgment. You could say maybe he's doing it because he's on TV, he's a celebrity, he was doing what was asked of him, and I think some of that stuff does kind of apply to the whole, like, J.D. Vance criticisms, too. But I think Oz has a lot of red flags, and there's even more with McCormick. But Oz is more of a wild card. He could be a McCormick, or he could be something like, I don't know, like a party line vote. Split the difference, you get like Rob Portman, which is not something that you should really aspire to be as a Republican senator. So Sam Madsen says Zeldin needs to make rural New York vote more like the T of Pennsylvania if he wants to get close. I agree. Although, don't count out certain shifts in New York City as well, in some of the suburbs there. Because the New York suburbs are a little bit more Trump-friendly than a lot of other suburbs in terms of shifts, like Staten Island, parts of Long Island. So Zeldin's from Long Island. It's going to be interesting. I think Hochul's unpopularity is going to be the real factor here more than anything else, and you might see a strong third party. So I'm not going to make a prediction. I don't think Zeldin's going to win. I think he could get it closer than a lot of people expect, though, which really would be something. Westfield 90 says my point was media will pull something out late. We'll have to see. Bell Gore says, please give final margin predictions. I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I think that Oz is the favorite. Okay, we have results out of the Democrats for North Carolina. Nothing for the Republicans so far. Let's try to refresh Decision Desk, because Decision Desk timed out for some reason. But from what we can tell, we have nothing in for the Republicans. Cherry Beasley's up big on the Dem side. Very big. I haven't been following this race, so I really don't know who the favorite is. I think Beasley would be the favorite from what I've heard, but I haven't heard much about it to really give a determining, definitive answer on that one. Let's see. We have nothing out of Decision Desk as well, so we'll monitor the situation on both. In the meantime, if you want to buy some Red Wave merch, you could do so at shop.redeaglepolitics.com. We've got a lot of great designs. I'm sure some of the mods are going to put it in chat, but shop.redeaglepolitics.com if you want to buy some rep merchandise, because it's well worth it, in my opinion. But a little beside the point, this isn't going to be a promotional stream in its entirety. We got a lot of super chats and a lot of results to get to, so we're going to get to both for sure. Spartan Speedrun says, I want to know your final Pennsylvania Senate prediction. I will say I think that whoever gets 30% or more is going to win. I think Oz is the favorite. I'm not thrilled with that, but I think he probably wins. But if Barnett does actually galvanize the undecideds, or there is a polling error like there typically is in a lot of these Rust Belt states, then yes, I think that Barnett could pull it off. Southern Missouri said Eric Greitens or Eric Schmidt for Missouri Senate. I think that Greitens has more skeletons in his closet, but also I think he'd be better on the issues. Justin in Time History says, could you do an Arizona live stream in the August primary? Yes. And when is Arizona documentary coming out? Well, I think we're going to do a video on it. It's not going to be a full documentary style video. I think we're going to probably just pivot a little bit. I got a new camera. I'm probably going to be making more like content with my face in it. That's not exactly documentary style, but it's not exactly the current format of the videos that I usually make now. So Nate M says, Barnett, George Washington comments once again taken out of context. They were reasonable and logical in my opinion. Like I said, I have no comment on that because I haven't really looked into it. Richard Head says, does Dean Kildee lose his seat in the midterms? I think he could. It depends. I think it's going to be close for sure. That's the 5th district, or what used to be called the 5th district. Don't know if it still is, but you talk about the district that goes all the way up from Flint up to the Tri-Cities area. So let's see. People in chat saying Wasserman has called North Carolina for Bud. Yeah, I think that, okay, this is interesting. Bud is up. So we have results, 1% reporting. Bud's cracking 50. Now, just a little bit of the vote is in, but it's pretty obvious that Ted Budd is going to take this. And that's a good thing, because Ted Budd would be instantly a top 3 senator if he wins in the general election in November, which he almost certainly will. So already these open seats in swing states or competitive states like Ohio, North Carolina, you're not only going to see these instant upgrades, but you're going to see like massive upgrades compared to what you had before. You're getting rid of Burr and you're replacing him with Ted Budd. You're getting rid of Rob Portman and you're replacing him with J.D. Vance. You might be getting rid of Mark Kelly, and in the past, I guess you would say, who was there before him, McSally, or I think that seat is technically McCain's seat. You're replacing John McCain potentially with Blake Masters. You're getting these upgrades everywhere. And are these people all going to be perfect? Maybe not necessarily, but the incremental upgrades that you're seeing in these open seats and swing states is huge. It's honestly easier to do better in those states than it is in a lot of these other places where you have, more right-wing populations, but more established state GOPs that push forward rhinos that are harder to get rid of, like South Dakota and Idaho. And that's why you have to infiltrate these states and infiltrate these state GOPs so you can actually get something done. Because we're just haven't been getting a lot done lately, but ever since the whole 2020 election fallout, we've been rebuilding strongly. And you love to see it. Conservatives are engaged. They're going to school board meetings. They're voting in primaries more. They want to, change the culture. They want to take back the institutions. They're getting serious about it, and it's the right time. Westfield 90 says if Oz wins, I bet a lot of GOP will boycott or sit out the general. Explains why the GOP voters are dumb. They can't see the big picture. Yeah, I can't blame them, though. Can I entirely blame them? I don't know. That's the thing. Because you're putting up weak people, they're not going to get out and vote. Would I vote for Dr. Oz? Yeah. Probably. Reluctantly, if I lived in Pennsylvania, which I don't. Would I vote for David McCormick? I'm not going to comment on that one, but it would be very hard pressed. Maybe just down ballot to prevent Fetterman, but that's it. It's not a valid reason saying I'm going to vote for this person because they're not the other guy. They need to be giving other reasons. This is why Perdue and Loeffler lost the Senate. This is why Mitch McConnell technically by proxy lost the Senate because, you're not the other guy. Again, that should not be a valid reason for getting somebody out to vote. They have to earn your vote. They haven't been earning Republicans' votes for the longest time in this country, as long as people can remember. So Ted Budd is almost at 60% of the vote. He's winning every county over Pat McCrory, who's a loser, who's a fake. He's going down tonight. Mark Walker, he's okay, but he's nothing special, and he's in the single digits because he was very uninspiring, and it shows. But Ted Budd is taking the win. Trump's endorsement definitely played out well in North Carolina. And it's even deeper than the Trump endorsement because not only did Trump endorse this guy, but he's running a very good campaign. He's fairly good on the issues. And as a result, he's at 60%, 6% reporting. I know that's early, but he's at 60%. And that's usually like the mail-in votes in the D-leaning areas where you might have more like rhinos pouring in. Even though from what I see, it's a lot of red areas, but still, I mean, he's probably going to end up above 50 at the end of the day. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. And as a result, Budd is in the driver's seat right now. And we're just, 20 minutes in? So we'll monitor the results out of Pennsylvania when they start coming in, but we've got 16 minutes. But North Carolina, that's the state right now. I also want to check on Madison Cawthorn's district. Is Madison Cawthorn going to survive his primary? That's another thing. Because that's a very high-profile one. So far, he's not. And this is early. But 9% of the vote is in. Cawthorn is at 21%. Chuck Edwards is at 47%. Now, Madison Cawthorn was exposed for being sussy with the boys, or sussy with the bros. And I don't condone that behavior, but why was he exposed is the real question, because he was exposing the elites. He was talking trash about Ukraine and Zelensky, and that's a threat to the system. And as a result, Cawthorn has a strong primary challenger from Chuck Edwards, and now Chuck Edwards is winning big so far. Now, will this hold? I don't know. It's 9%, but that would be interesting. Because it just would be a brutal blow to Madison Cawthorn. That'd be interesting. Also, Bo Hines in the 13th district. What I could tell out of those candidates, he's the best in that district. All these primaries matter, not just the statewide races, but also the down ballot races. But Chuck Edwards up at 47% over Cawthorn. It's 21.4%. I don't know. That just seems too far off from the polls and the early predictions. So we'll have to see. Could Cawthorn lose? He could, but man, that'd be a brutal blow, because that would be a victory, showing, hey, you can't mention our corruption. You can't defend or you can't say anything negative about Ukraine or you're going to lose your congressional primary. That's the message that it sends. But Maurice Fu says, Long Islander here, gas prices are crazy on the island, lots of anger. A lot of people here think Zeldin has a chance. I'm with them on that. We'll have to see, but that is a brutal situation. Let's see. Christopher Laurie says the only bright side for Oz, in my opinion, is maybe issues surrounding healthcare, but that's not saying much. Yeah, I think we have a lot more pressing issues in this country other than just healthcare. Healthcare is an issue. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm not saying it's not an issue. But I will say that overall, that's not a reason for me to say, oh, I'm going to forgive all this other stuff with this guy, because healthcare is not a top 5 issue for me. It's not even arguably a top 10 issue. And when it comes to the social decay and the decay of our social fabric that's been happening in this country for years and years and years, and you're going to tell me that somebody who won't even lift a finger to ban puberty blockers for children is going to do that? You're telling me that person is going to be good on the issues. The person that was pro-gun control and pro-abortion 2 years ago, not 20 years ago, but 2 years ago, is going to be the same guy that's going to be a conservative member of the Senate. Now, maybe he'll be a party line vote. He'll fall in line. He's not going to vote for any pro-abortion legislation. But when push comes to shove, can we really trust this guy? The answer for me is no. The great MAGA King says, is Chuck Edwards based? I don't think so. He's the more establishment challenger, from what I can tell. So Bud is still around 60, 12% reporting. Let's check Cawthorn's district. Cawthorn is still down. He gained some, but he's still down with 16% reporting. So we'll have to see. Let's check Decision Desk. Decision Desk might have more results. All right, let's change. Let's go to the 11th. Yeah, they have with 55% reporting, it's a 10-point race. So Cawthorn better pick it up. He better start to pick it up, or it's not going to end well for him. It's not going to end well. So let's see. We have officially a projection that has been made out of North Carolina. Ted Budd, the Trump endorsed, the only America First candidate in the race or anything remotely close, Ted Budd has won the North Carolina Republican primary for U.S. Senate. He will go on to more than likely win in November and be the next senator out of North Carolina. A massive upgrade over current Senator Richard Burr, who's been indicted on insider trading and all this other stuff. So there you go. Pat McCrory, he's a loser. He tried to run an ad tying Ted Budd and Madison Cawthorn to Donald Trump as if it was a bad thing, basically calling them insurrection. Like, do you understand what you're doing here? You're making an ad that makes these people look like more base than they really are. You're making them look more conservative than they really are. And this is a Republican primary. Who are you trying to win in that primary? Isn't North Carolina a closed primary state? Who's he exactly trying to win? That's the real question. And even if it was an open primary state, like, the Democrats are not going to be voting in the Republican primary for Pat McCrory. They hate Pat McCrory. Bowing down to the enemy doesn't do you any good. And it showed in this race that Pat McCrory lost. He's a loser. He's been a loser his entire career. He's a caver. He's caved on a lot of issues. He's the reason why you have Roy Cooper as the Democrat governor of North Carolina right now. And now he's lost the Senate race. So good for him. Ted Budd, he's on top. 57% of the vote, 16% reporting. He might win every county. I'm not going to, say that it's guaranteed, but he might win every county. So that is good. So 17% reporting. We'll have to see. Okay, here we go. But let's see. Anything else out of here? No, apparently not. Let's go down to Cawthorn. And Cawthorn is at 28% now, according to NYT, but they're behind in their reporting. So let's see. Bo Hines, he's at 32%. He's ahead. That's good. I believe Trump endorsed him. Let's see. Anybody else? And I don't think there's any other high-profile races. But we're 9 minutes away from the polls closing out of Pennsylvania. That's the main event. That's what you guys are here for. We've got 3,500 live viewers in chat. That is huge. 3,500 live viewers and counting. So make sure you like the stream. Yeah, any questions, feel free to send a super chat. We'll get to some more super chats in the meantime while we wait. But we have massive developments. Fred Stewart says, will you make a review of 2,000 Mules? Probably not, because certain algorithmic factors. Maybe on the website. I actually haven't seen it yet. I'll have to see it and get an opinion for it myself. Chili Chill, thanks for the super sticker. Noah Boyd says, how did you get into politics? Did you start the channel before or after meeting John? I got into politics back when I was like 15, 16, watching the Republican primaries, and I became a Trump supporter. And then as time went on, I became more invested in politics and keeping up with the current events, but I never really had an outlet to express my political views, and I kind of wanted to do it. I saw a lot of other people doing it at the time. And I did not start my channel before meeting John, though. I met John after. Actually, I didn't even know who John was until after I started my channel. But yeah, definitely politics has always been, since 2016, the cornerstone of my interests. So Perth Luxury says, are you covering or planning to cover the Australian election this weekend? The Conservatives are closing the gap in the polls. Yeah, I'm not going to cover it. The Conservatives are called the Liberal Party. That should tell you everything you need to know about Australia. I mean, their politics are more messed up than ours. And they had the intense lockdowns and everything like that. It was embarrassing compared to the rest of the world, even at the time. Shout out to Robert Gordon for the super sticker. Rage Bear Gaming says, with the Discord taken down, Discord is under maintenance. The new server is up. And you could join it if you're a website member by going to the link on the website. We'll verify. It's still being rebuilt. I understand it's going to be a long process. It was nuked, but it's back, and it'll be stronger than ever pretty soon. And so, let's see. Flano1986 says, been loving your coverage. A good way for an Australian to keep up. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Harry Reed says, your Twitter game is an inspiration. Well, thank you. Basement Caucus taking L's daily. Yeah, we've been very controversial on Twitter lately, and all it does is it brings in a lot more people and makes a lot of people angry. Then we rinse and we repeat the cycle. This is how it works. It is so true. Lifo Foley says, how good of a senator will Ted Budd be? He's always been like a top 30 congressman, so that means he'll probably be, compared to the current Senate, he'd probably be a top 5 senator. And he can win statewide in North Carolina easily, too. Oh, McCrory is winning. He's winning Mecklenburg County. That's where Charlotte is. The Great MAGA King says, wait, are we going to return to the old server? No, the old server is gone, but we have the new server. The new server, it is up. So 6 minutes away, and we have some good results, some interesting results as well. The Trump-endorsed Sandy Smith has opened up a small lead over Sandy Robertson. It's interesting. You have 2 Sandys and 2 Robertsons in the race. I wonder if they're related. I wonder if they're married. That would be interesting. It'd be like the Family Guy episode where, Peter and Lois run for mayor or whatever. But Cawthorn's closing the gap. He's now at 29.9. Chuck Edwards is at 36.9. I wonder if we could pull this up by county. Apparently we can. And it seems as if the counties, okay, there's not really a way to analyze it from what I can tell, but this is going to come down. It's going to come down to the wire. Cawthorn has the momentum, so I think he probably does pull it off, but there's no telling that he actually will. I mean, what did they have it clocked in at 27%? Decision Desk has it at 56, but I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, there's more results on Decision Desk. Okay, interesting. All right, we'll wait out of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to be interesting. We got 5 minutes. Joe Biden says, I bet your hair smells nice. Well, that'd be something that Joe Biden would be interested in, as he is interested in pretty much everybody's hair, including his own. You know, the kids used to rub it up and down in the sun or whatever. What was that quote? Like, I don't understand how Trump didn't use some of this in campaign ads. Like, it should have been used more. But at the same time, it is true. Like, the whole mental deterioration thing, like, the exit poll showed the Biden voters did not believe Biden had a mental illness, while every single Trump voter did. So it's like polarization kind of prevents this, one could argue. It's more about energizing the base nowadays, energizing your side. Sometimes you have to change laws to get it done according to our opposition, but we understand. Dean Hell says tons of Cali Dems moving to Cawthorn's district, Henderson County especially. Even if he squeaks by, the district is moving left fast. Well, we'll have to monitor the long-term trends. Benson X says, great stream, by the way. Booker in Kentucky lost a county. There's probably like 10 votes in that county, though. Let's see. What county did he lose? There's probably, like 10 votes in that county. So can't even pull it up. Oh, yeah, there's probably like 12 votes in the entire county. Yeah, look how small the lead is there. It's like a peck. Blanton. He's probably from that county. That's why. But Pennsylvania, it's imminent. It is 3 minutes. We're 3 minutes from poll closings out of Pennsylvania. So we'll see. Ronald Reagan says opinion on Harry Truman. Relatively indifferent. All right, that's it for Super Chats. So almost 4,000 live viewers. Make sure you like the stream. Make sure you sub. We're almost to 123,000. Make sure we get there. Maybe on stream we could get there. We'll have to see, but we're 100 subs away. If we can get there, that would be epic. But we'll have to see. So nothing yet because we're 2 minutes away from poll closings out of Pennsylvania. We got Idaho in a couple hours. Oregon, I think, is going to be the same as Idaho. I could be wrong, but I think they both close at 10 Central Time, 11 Eastern Time. So we're going to be waiting for a while for all the results to pour in. But Pennsylvania is the main event, and that's going to be interesting to see what happens. And it's a very divisive field for both. You have a lot of people that are, you have a lot of people that are very particular about the candidates that they like for the Senate race, for the governor's race, even though the Senate race, like all three candidates are flawed to a certain extent. But you have a lot of particular Oz heads, which is weird. I think a lot of it is just like they like the aesthetic. They like to meme. They call him the MAGA Sultan, MAGA Mehmet. I call him Mehmet because at best he's going to be average. Dave McCormick is a neocon pig. He needs to lose more than anybody. And then you have Kathy Barnett, who's more of a wild card, definitely trying to position herself as the more Trump-aligned candidate in the race despite not being endorsed by Trump. But, she's actually had the guts to call out Oz and McCormick for being a part of the World Economic Forum, and a lot of people have been paying attention to that as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how the votes shake out and when the results come in. Are the rural areas going to come in for Oz or Barnett? Because if Oz is winning the T, you could thank Trump for that, by the way, but he's going to take the state because it shows that he's got the rural support. If Barnett gets the rural support, but, doesn't necessarily do that well in the suburbs, but she barely wins the rurals, then we understand how that could work out. So there's been a lot of psyops going around about Barnett. A lot of them are explainable. Probably 90% of the attacks on Barnett are you can explain them away. But when it comes to Oz and McCormick, it's a little bit of a different situation. But we'll have to see. Either way, well, I would say either one of these three would be an upgrade from Pat Toomey, but that's just not true. It's just not true. I mean, Dr. Oz is probably maybe an upgrade, a little bit of an upgrade from Toomey. McCormick is worse than Toomey, which is why he needs to lose. So it is 7 o'clock. The polls have closed. We have no results, but we'll be waiting on results. So we'll check North Carolina while we wait for Pennsylvania, and we'll check Madison Cawthorn. He is still at 29.9%. So we'll have to see. We're awaiting our first results out of Pennsylvania. We have no results for either race so far, but we'll be monitoring the situation. We'll check Decision Desk as well, because Decision Desk tends to... Okay, now it timed out on me. Many such cases. Many such cases. But Decision Desk... Okay, let's see. Do we have any results? We have no results on Decision Desk. They have Ted Budd projected winner there as well. Not surprising. Is Madison Cawthorn going to lose? I'm actually going to see if we could... Apparently, he hasn't moved on Decision Desk, but there's no results yet out of Pennsylvania. We're still waiting. So we're still waiting. Let's see. Black Batman says, I'm so happy that I woke up from the Dem party. Keep up the good work, bro. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Let's see. Nothing. Okay, 2 super chats here. Big one. Mark Velletri says, do you think in 2020 people from Delaware and New Jersey... okay, that's crossing the YouTube guidelines there, but I can't even answer the question, but I appreciate the super chat. But you know what happened. Do your research and find out. That's what I have to say. You could find out. I'm not entirely sure about the Delaware, New Jersey theory, but you could do your research and come to your own conclusions. That we'll leave it at that. Sam Madsen said, gotta love Boozman and Crapo voting against the Ukraine aid bill to save their asses in their primaries. Yeah, Crapo doesn't really have a big challenger. And I think, yeah, his primaries tonight, too, in Idaho. He has several challengers. None of them are big name. Like, I would like him to lose, but he's not going to lose. The Trump endorsement was very undeserved, but there's no strong challenger. And you have several people who just are running, but are a little bit in over their heads. Now, the thing is, if he's held under 60%, I'll consider it a moral victory, but we have to do better. That's the thing. So, still nothing. Still nothing out of Pennsylvania, but this is huge. When the results come in, it will be historic no matter what. You'll have Dr. Oz be the nominee for the Republicans in Pennsylvania if he wins, or you'll have a complete and total outsider who was relatively unknown a month ago and would buck the establishment picks. So either way, as long as McCormick doesn't win, you'll have an upset, or you'll have Dr. Oz. It's going to be a historic primary. Hopefully Dr. Oz doesn't win. But if he wins, he wins. It is what it is. He probably will win. He's favored. All the betting odds still are in favor of Dr. Oz. Let's see what he's at right now. Yeah, now he's at 73, but we don't even have any results in. That should really tell you the impulsivity of the late buying predict it users. Modern Josephus says, I think Barnett could turn the cities in Pennsylvania purple by bringing, she's not going to win black voters. I'm sorry. Like, it's just not how it works. You put up a candidate who's black, and they're not going to get any more than 10% of the black vote. That's just how it works in nearly every single case, especially for a national race like for Senate, for representative. It's a party line thing. If she does better than that, it's because black turnout's going to be lower. That's what it comes down to. So, nothing. Decision Desk. Nothing out of Decision Desk as well. Oh, we have results. We have results out of Pittsburgh, and Dave McCormick is leading. And that is relatively, I guess you would say, it is relatively an unexpected feat, or actually is an expected feat, because he is from Allegheny County. Therefore, McCormick is more likely than not going to take that county, plus it's early vote, so McCormick is likely going to win the early vote out of Allegheny. He's basically the Matt Dolan of this race. Dolan was ahead over Vance very early on in Ohio, so it's not entirely unexpected, so we'll have to wait and see. Okay, more super chats. Let's get to these. Want to make sure we get to all of them. I'll be putting the $10 and up ones on the screen as well. So Ryan Bear says, I'm a Pennsylvania resident. I think there's an undercurrent in favor of Barnett. Tons of comments on Parnell's attacks defending Barnett and showing support. Yeah, Parnell's a sellout, and he has nothing to do with his time besides tweet at me on Twitter or tweet at anybody who criticizes him for supporting the globalist in McCormick. It is ridiculous how Parnell has sold out to the establishment so quickly for this. It's insane. But what can I say? Sam Madsen said Cawthorn losing will be because of his cross-dressing, not his Ukraine comments. I mean, I agree, but why was that tape released? Like, there's no defense of that. But why was the tape released is the real question. So it kind of is about both. It comes full circle. The Great MAGA King says, lol, train horn in the background. Well, that's what happens when the studio is by a train track, so you're going to have train sounds, coming through, especially because it's a long stream. We're going to be here for a while. So almost 4,000 live viewers. Like up the stream. Subscribe if you haven't. We're on the verge of 123,000 subscribers, and we want to make sure we get there on stream. David Walters says, with so many Californians moving to Texas and Arizona, could both states be blue in 2024? No, that's not how it works. A lot of the conservatives that are moving there or a lot of the Californians that are moving there are actually conservative. They're the ones arguably keeping the states in play for Republicans at this point. So Noah Boyd says the only one that could turn Philadelphia purple is Kim Jong Fatty. Not entirely sure what that's a reference to. I feel like that one went over my head. But thanks for the super chats. Now, we don't have any new results. We just have Allegheny County. And how much of the vote is in? 18%. And I'm sure the rest of the vote in that county is going to come in anti-McCormick as well, because that's the early vote for sure. That's a mail-in early vote dump right there. The Enlightened Nevadan says, hey, Rep, I hope you're doing well. I know it's been a while since I've super chatted here. It's a shame the PA GOP primary is a dumpster fire. I agree. And Christopher Laurie says, I hope it's not the case. It looks as if Cawthorn might be a martyr in the war against the establishment. Yeah, I mean, you cross-dress and you're sussy with the bros, and this stuff happens. You can't do that stuff in your past either. It does go both ways. But and I say, Just Joe says, what exactly happened with Joe Kent? Seems as if a lot of people are disappointed in him. Well, Joe Kent punched right, which you don't do, especially in a primary where you're supposed to, position yourself as a right-wing candidate. But that wasn't even the main problem a lot of people had. I feel like, he said that Christ was too divisive. And it's like, that line loses me because it shows he's not a fighter. Who are you trying to appeal to? Atheists? Like seriously, that's the real question. And a lot of things he was saying, like about inclusive populism, sounds like something Bernie Sanders would come up with. Like, I don't know, the guy's a letdown, but he's like a CIA asset. He worked for the CIA, and that's why, that's why all these red flags exist with a lot of these people. So yeah, I don't support Joe Kent anymore, but I'm just like, in terms of that primary, I'm just like, whatever, I don't even care at this point. I'm just going to pretend he doesn't exist. Maxwell Burden says, any thoughts on the Kansas governor's race? Will Kelly get a second term? I don't think she will. I think she'll lose, but it's going to be within 10. Wanjo Candle says, let's talk elections. Only has less than 500 people on his stream. Not surprising. We get more traffic despite having less subs. Joey Loria, thanks for the super chat. And let's see. Okay, now more results are coming in. Now we have more results out of, is that Monroe County? McCormick leads in both, but it's also, that's Northampton. McCormick leads in Northampton, but it is very early. So let's check the governor's race, actually, because the governor's race is also happening tonight, and Bill McSwain is leading, and Mastriano is not even in the top 3. Interesting, but that's very early. Melissa Hart, I don't even know who that is winning Allegheny. That could be a tabulation error. Because who the hell is Melissa Hart? I don't even know who she is. And she's winning? That doesn't even make any sense to me. And then McSwain is winning early in the early vote in Northampton. So we'll have to see. All right, so let's check Cawthorn. Cawthorn is still down. So they caught up to Decision Desk. He's at 27%. Chuck Edwards is at 38%. So the early dumps are going to be mainly mail-in dumps, early vote. McCormick should be doing a little bit better with them compared to the rest of the dumps we're going to see. But I can't explain the fact that Mastriano's in fourth. That's interesting. I don't know, but that's just two counties very early. But who is Melissa Hart? I don't even know who she is. Who is this woman? Where did she come from? I've never heard of her before right now. And she's only at 6% in Northampton, which makes sense. But she's at 30% in Allegheny? I don't know. That's hard to explain. John Waffle says this is a disaster. McCormick is terrible. Well, no, it's not a disaster because McCormick's not going to win. McCormick won't win, so you don't have to worry about that. Let's see. All right, nothing new. Let's go check the Senate race again. Yeah, I don't think we have any more votes coming in. This is very early. The early vote dumps. Let's see. Okay, Fetterman is winning as anticipated. But Kenyatta's actually winning in Philadelphia. So now we have Oz winning Philadelphia. 11% of Philadelphia is in. Dr. Oz is ahead, 26-24. Barnett is in 13, so Barnett is in last place. So maybe Barnett's surge, will it be seen with the election day vote, or does it not exist at all? That's the real question. She's doing worse in Philadelphia than she's doing in the rest of the state, which arguably is not unexpected. I mean, she really got a lot of that rural white support from like the T. That's probably the Barnett stronghold, because those are like the Trump diehards who might be willing to break from somebody like Dr. Oz. So we'll have to see. But McCormick, he's leading the early vote. I don't think he's going to win the election day vote. That's the thing. And we have so many things that we just don't know. Burt Wallace says, what are your thoughts on Gerdusky? I think Gerdusky is very hit or miss. I think that he's not a social conservative, from what I can tell. Like, he's a national populist. He'll talk about immigration. He'll talk about other things. But when have you ever seen him like say something about a social issue? I haven't. Maybe I just haven't paid attention to him enough. But I've read his book, and everything like that. But I've never heard him actually take like a socially conservative position on something other than like immigration. But that comes down to like the nationalist aspect. Christopher Phillips says, just want to say thanks, great job, and keep up the good work. Thanks for the super chat. No, but it's very early. McCormick is not going to end up with 38.9% of the vote. You can quote that, and you can come back to this later and laugh at me if he actually does. He's not even going to end up with 30. He might not even end up with 25. So we'll have to see. Seems like Bartos and Sands and the other candidates are trailing far behind, which is anticipated. Carla Sands has no chance. But what can I say? Let's go check the governor's race. See if anything is happening on that front. But Barlett is in third. McSwain is in first. McSwain is leading in Philadelphia. Now, this is the early vote. McSwain is the establishment pick. So that is anticipated. That is expected. So will that hold? Probably not. But it's going to be interesting to see. Very early. And people are saying Hart dropped out of the race. So I think that, yeah, it's early vote. She's not going to hold at that level. It's the early vote of the early vote that's really carrying her right now. So Sam Madsen says, Gerdusky said that Mastriano would cause the GOP to lose every statewide race in both chambers of the legislature. Yeah, well, Gerdusky is a doomer. They call him Ryan James Gerdoomsky for a reason, and he's been wrong about a lot of things. Like, he was wrong about Florida in 2020. He's been wrong about a lot of things, regarding the 2020 election. He was overdooming, and he was proven wrong on a lot of it. But it is what it is. He's a consultant. I mean, he works for certain campaigns. They pay him a lot of money. I didn't know if he was, a consultant of the Barletta campaign, but if he is, or if he was, then it would make sense why he would say something like that. So I'm not really surprised. Let's check PredictIt. See if what PredictIt is saying. Guarantee you Mastriano's collapsing because of the impulsivity buy, but doesn't mean he's going to lose. Yeah, Cawthorn is at 44% right now on PredictIt. Let's see if they have anything for the... Mastriano went up for some reason. Okay, let's see on Decision Desk where if Mastriano is winning there. And he's not. They have Hart winning, actually. Hart's at 34, but they don't have Northampton in it at all. So, okay, more results. McSwain loses a little bit. Hart gains. Mastriano's in 5th. Oh, the Basement Caucus. Screenshot their tweets. If Mastriano pulls this off, it's going to be hilarious. But that's interesting because you have Mastriano in last place of the major candidates right now. And again, that's early vote, but he could be in trouble. He could be. I'm not saying he won't be, but he could be. Let's see. Joey Loria says after the picks came out, Cawthorn should have dropped the whole Christian warrior BS that everyone already saw through and just been himself. I mean, yeah, he's like a conservative frat boy, which doesn't necessarily make you qualify for Congress. But at the end of the day, he's better than most on the issues. I want him to win his primary. Doesn't excuse him being sussy with the bros, but I really hope he ends up pulling it off, but he probably won't. And I don't know. I kind of want to say he did it to himself, but at the same time, the establishment wants him to lose. And by the way, Fetterman's at 51, which, again, there's a lot more early vote in for the Dems. Now, McCormick is winning the early vote in the county to the southwest of Pittsburgh. I believe is that Washington County? I don't know all the counties, but yeah, it's Washington, and got that one right. 43% of the vote is in, and it seems as if McCormick has a lead, or actually 10% of the vote is in for the Republicans. McCormick has a lead of 14. So we'll have to wait as more votes come in. Is Oz or Barnett going to see the MAGA surge? That's the real question that we're waiting for. They all have red flags. Oz has arguably the most besides McCormick. We'll have to see as the results pour in who ends up winning. The Great MAGA King says Cawthorn was more than just sussy. Just a video of him in bed with a guy. Well, that's sussy. He was being sussy with the bros. Very sussy. Not something that's defensible in any way, but they're just giving him the Matt Gaetz treatment. That's what they're doing. You expose any corruption in the establishment, we're just going to expose it, the other way. So we'll see. But there's no way the polls would be this wrong in terms of the governor's race, the Senate race. The Senate race hasn't moved at all. In fact, Oz is really gaining traction in PredictIt. When it comes down to the governor's primary, though, that's another thing that we haven't seen much for. But it all comes down to the election day vote. Mastriano's at 97 cents. So if he doesn't pull it off, the polls were that awful. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think he is going to end up winning, which would be for the best in my view. But let's see. The governor's race, because we have so many elections going on. James Lucas says conservative frat boys perfect for fitting in with rhinos. Yeah, I mean, what do they engage in? Cocaine, orgies, all this other stuff? Yeah, he fits right in with them, though. That's the thing, which is ironic. I will say, even though he exposed it, do you really think he wasn't involved in any capacity? I don't know. He definitely seems like the type of guy who would be, but you never know. All right, Washington County, 24-24. McSwain is in the lead there too, but that is early vote. So we have no election day vote. That's what it comes down to. It's the election day vote. And most Republicans vote on election day. So if a certain candidate is winning, then at the end of the day, they're probably not going to win if the election day votes are overwhelming enough. And because these don't match up with the polls in any way, shape, or form, it's really unlikely that the election day vote does not come out for Mastriano. He's got all the grassroots support, and there's none of the tea in, which is another thing. There's none of the tea. So we'll wait and see about Oz. We'll wait and see if Barnett actually pulls off the upset. I don't think she, at this point, I really don't see it there. But she's ironically doing better than Mastriano. But it just depends. Who does the Trump base come out for? Do they come out for Oz and listen to Trump, or do they buck Trump and go for the candidate that ran to the right of Trump's endorsement? That's the real question. And either way, it is what it is. But we're going to wait for the results to pour in first. Now, there are results out of this county right here, in which McSwain is in first, but it is early vote, and Mastriano's in second, which is interesting. So we'll have to see. In terms of the Senate race, McCormick is, again, in decision desk, 2% of the vote is in. McCormick is at 40%. Oz is in second, it looks like. But is Oz winning this county? Or no, McCormick's winning that county. Then, wait, who's winning this county? Okay, for some reason, the counties look different to me in the color scheme, but I was looking at them wrong. So, Oz is up in Philadelphia. That's not surprising to me. Jared Walsh is, okay, can't say that technically, but thanks for the super chat. Oz is going to win in the end. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Bush is going to pull it off. They're not, like, as popular here as they were 20 years ago. They're just not. Stephen Knizek says, if Barnett or Mastriano start winning, do you think we might get some for it? I mean, you probably are going to see them anyways, but that doesn't mean that they're, like, fake, per se. But I don't. It's not gonna necessarily, like, we'll get a projection on the governorship race if the polls are accurate. We're gonna get a projection very quickly when the election day votes come in for Mastriano. Barnett, I don't know what will happen there. We'll have to see what happens. Mr. Clean says older Republicans always say Basement Joe while they themselves are in the basement and vote for the likes of McCormick. Older Republicans are in the basement? I don't know. I don't know if that's accurate, but the neocons of the basement caucus that would apply to. Vince Dow says Pennsylvania Senate will be an interesting test of whether voters are loyal to Trump, the person, or Trump, the idea. I agree. Great MAGA King says apparently Melissa Hart's a former representative from 2007. I did not know that. Joey Loria says, you may disagree with me, but I see MTG Boebert Gates ghosts are going down as wins for the cause. They make us look repulsive. We need more genuine intellectuals like Chip Roy or Scott Perry. Well, you're not an intellectual, quite frankly, if you're going to come up here and say something as low IQ as that statement really is. You don't understand how this thing works. You need people that are able to go out there, poke the bear, and cause a scene. You're not going to win with these people that sit up here like Chip Roy, who trashed Trump after 1-6. Scott Perry I like. Scott Perry is the middle ground there for sure. But a lot of these fighters, you need a Gosar, you need an MTG, you need more people like them. That's what it comes down to. And yes, of course, you're going to have more polished, like, ideological heads, but I don't see MTG as a liability. I think she's more intelligent than people give her credit for. I've seen her speeches. I've seen her speeches in person a couple times. She did a very good job. And she fights for the base, and that's what the base wants. That's what matters. You win by getting the base out. I don't think Chip Roy I like Chip Roy overall. He said a couple stupid things, but I like him. He's good on policy, but he doesn't excite people. So that's what it comes down to. Joshua M.S. says, may I ask why Cawthorn could lose the primary? He's got a high-profile challenger, and because he was sussy with the bros. That's why. So McCormick is at 36.6%. Oz is at 23.6%. Barnett at 17% in the Senate race. Governorship, let's see. Let's see if anything's changing in the governorship's race. And the answer is no. Mastriano is in fourth now, so he's climbing, which, again, he's going to continue to climb. Getting from fourth to first is not that difficult. So what can I say? And Hart's not going to end up anywhere close to 20. She's probably going to get single digits. if not like lower single digits. I can't even believe she's winning Allegheny so far. She must be from there. But let's see. Fetterman, yeah, Fetterman's going to win easily. I mean, Democrats are 16% in. Republicans are 4% in. Obviously, because Democrats vote by mail more often. Big Penguin Polling says, hello, we are independent polling firm. We have Oz winning 29.3, McCormick 24.7, and Kathy at 19.9. Well, I don't know where that data comes from, but I could see that happening. E.G. Johnson says, I'm seeing populist leftists like Jimmy Dore praising MTG and Rand Paul for their anti-$40 billion to Ukraine stance. Only 57 House R's voted no. Come on, man. Well, they're the uniparty. They're in bed with the opposition. This is not that hard of a concept to grasp. It's sad, but it's true. Wanjo Candle says, would Steve Daines be a good choice for president? Nah, not really. He doesn't necessarily inspire really anything. I don't really see him as anything other than just like your average senator. Maybe above average in this Senate, but like that's it. And is he charismatic? Not really. So what can I say? All right, just paid product placement for myself right here, shop.redeaglepolitics.com. Get your merch while supplies last. We've got all these great designs, coffee mugs, t-shirts at shop.redeaglepolitics.com. I'm actually going to pin the link in chat. Actually, we'll just hit join the website for you guys, so you guys can join the website. The Discord server's back. You have to join the link if you're a paid member. You can get access to it. But it is back. It is up and running. It's still under construction, but it's up and running. So okay, there we go. And you can find the merch on the website as well, but it's in the pin chat. Make sure you join if you haven't yet. There's going to be exclusive videos covering these primaries too. I'll do one for the main channel. We're going to do a part 2 on the website. So Simple Logic 90 says, what do we know about Chuck Edwards? Not saying it's done at all. Just don't know too much about him. Yeah, I mean, he's just a regular establishment Republican, basically. I mean, he's not the worst, but he's nothing special either. He's just average. Literally God says, would Jim Justice be a good running mate for Trump? I don't know what he brings to the table. Mad Panda says, can you turn the Rumble live stream on, brother? I don't stream on Rumble. I actually got unbanned on DLive. I was banned on DLive for some reason. They stripped my monetization, but they gave it back for some reason. I don't even know, but it's not like I would stream on there at all because it's a dead website. But I just thought it was funny that I found that out today. But no, I don't stream on other sites. I had a DLive, and then I never used it. Like, that's the thing. I'm not going to stream on Odyssey. I'm not going to stream on Rumble because I only stream on YouTube. Like, that's the way it is. I don't know how to simulcast. I don't even know if you could do that on StreamYard. But we're streaming on YouTube. And that's fine, because that's where the audience is. Bell Feger says 20 times the viewers rep has than WAPO, 8 times than LTE. WAPO only has like 200 live viewers. That'd be something. Skull Venom 798 says, have you seen 2,000 Mules? I have not. The Great Maga King says Melissa Hart dropped out May 13th. Was unaware about that. I didn't even know who she was before the stream started. But McSwain actually has gone up a little bit. But again, this is the early vote. That's 3% reporting. So we'll check Predict It once more. Let's see where Oz is. Oz went down. McCormick's went up, but it's not by much. Barnett's about the same. And then it seems as if McSwain and Barletta gained a little bit there. So we'll have to see. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to North Carolina one more time because we'll see if there's anything new there. Bud is up, obviously. He won. Sandy Smith probably going to win, has the Trump endorsement in the 1st district. Chuck Edwards is up by 30 3,500 votes over Cawthorn. Okay, Cawthorn went down in the predicted odds, so he actually might lose. That's interesting. But Bo Hines is winning. And Bud is roughly around at 60 with 32% in. Mark Walker's winning one county. I assume that county is in his district. I could be wrong, but it's not unexpected. But let's see here. Nothing new. Still 4% of the vote reporting. And McCormick is up significantly, but that's early vote. So very early. It just depends. Where does the election day vote come from? Where is the surge? And we don't have any in, so we can't determine that factor. So we're going to be waiting here for a while. So let's see. We'll read super chats while we wait. Belfegger says, my bad, lagged out. Still more than WAPO, though. Will Berger says, hey, Rep, I've been a fan since 2019. Well, that's a long time. And just want to say thank you for all the great content you've put out over the years. I was wondering if you've ever considered streaming on cozy.tv. Considered as in thought about it potentially, but it's like I don't stream outside of YouTube for the most part. I never have. And if I have another platform or whatever, it would just serve as a backup for me because that's really how I've been doing things. It would have to be like a multi-dual simulcast type thing, and I don't even know how to do that. So that's really just what it comes down to. Living Dream says, is David Perdue a good VP pick for Trump if he loses to Kemp? No, not really. He's kind of weak. Just like if he can't even beat Kemp in a primary, or he can't even beat John Ossoff in a governor or in a Senate race while he's the incumbent and he runs a horrible campaign, I don't know what he does to Trump's ticket. I really don't. Like, it's like he's Mike Pence tier. Well, I wouldn't say he's as bad as Pence in terms of what we know now, but Gerald Armstrong says, what was Ted Cruz thinking endorsing McCormick? I think he was being dumb, as he usually is with his endorsements, because, well, he's not really even being dumb. He knows what he's doing. He endorses the grifter. He endorses the establishment candidate that will say anything to get elected. That is the same thing he did with Josh Mandel, and it shows. And that's the type of guy that Ted Cruz is. He will say anything to get elected, and he shows his true colors quite frequently. I don't understand when this whole let's whitewash and support Ted Cruz concept came back on the scene. I don't know if it's because Trump endorsed him when he went up against Beto or whatever, but I mean, the guy still, in my opinion, is this wishy-washy guy who might talk up a big game on the Senate floor on a couple of issues, but that's it. Miku says, I see that on your upper lip. Eagle stash when? I mean, I shaved yesterday, so the facial hair, I don't know. I go back and forth on it. That's really what it comes down to. The Enlightened Nevadan says, it's funny to me that everyone's worrying about McCormick winning when literally the only vote that's in right now is mail-in, which GOPers don't use. Yeah, and the ones that do use it would be the establishmentarian Republicans. And now we have more votes in. Barnett is winning Montgomery County with 21% in. And I believe that's interesting. I think she's from there. So, well, I think Oz technically is quote-unquote from there. But I don't know. We'll have to see. Conflicting results. But McCormick is falling. Apparently everybody fell. Who gained? Bartos? Bartos is boring. There's a reason why he wasn't in the fray despite actually having a high level of name recognition, comparatively speaking, is because the guy's just boring. He's not inspirational at all. At least you can make a case for why McCormick would have some wing of the party on his side, because he is this business corporate class Republican. And then Oz is kind of in the middle. And then Barnett is the grassroots or whatever. So we'll have to see. But it really depends on the election day vote that comes in, because that's 21%. That could still be early vote, so I don't know. I guess Barnett took the early vote in Montgomery County, or is that the election day vote? I don't know. Because it seems like Barnett is in third place in the early vote in literally every other county, except Wyoming, where she's tied for second. So It's 5% of the vote in. Let's check the governorship right now for Pennsylvania, because that matters too. And Barletta is not even in the top 3, and neither is Mastriano. Corman is winning the early vote in some of the T counties, which is weird. Corman dropped out and endorsed Barletta is what I meant to say. And then Mastriano apparently is winning one county that came in the T. So that's interesting. But too early to make a projection either way. Let's check the betting odds. And Dr. Oz is down, and Barnett is up. Barnett's at 35. Oz is down to 60. That's interesting. And then Mastriano is down to 91, which is also interesting. So, let's see. Yeah, Fetterman, I think we could basically call it for Fetterman on the Dem side. Like, a lot of the vote that's in is in Lamb's district, and he's not even winning those counties. Although I think Fetterman is from a similar region. But, yeah, Fetterman's the weakest candidate the Dems could put up because he's just a lunatic. Burly, stoner Bernie Sanders. That's what I've been calling him because that's literally what he is. John Waffle says Barnett's the best. Thanks for the super chat. Do you have any more super chats? I don't think I'm missing any. I think we got them all. But yeah, thanks for everyone that's tuned in so far. We're an hour and 15 minutes. We already got 4,200 people. And now we're getting to the juicy results. We're actually getting the results that like are unexpected or whatever. So Kenyatta's actually winning Philadelphia. I think was he mayor of Philadelphia or something like that, or he's an office holder in that region. That's why Philadelphia is coming out for him. He's like as far left as Fetterman, but he's just not going to win. Fetterman's going to get the rural support of whatever like lunatics are left there. Or he'll get crossover support for people that want to put him up because they know he'll be easy to beat. So 5% is in. McCormick is at 32.8. Oz is Trump endorsed. But he's very divisive within the Trump base. A lot of boomers, a lot of the voter base there, the MAGA types that live in Pennsylvania don't like Oz that much. And you can obviously see why if you look at his record. Because the best case is he's a blank slate. And Trump can keep him in check easily. Worst case is he's going to be like a McCormick. So we'll have to see. Yeah, nothing's different on Decision Desk. Let's go to North Carolina. It seems as if Cawthorn's going to lose, which is just, it is what it is. 51% in. He's down by, 7? Yeah, I mean, there's still time to make up the gap, but we'll check Predict It. Oh, Chuck Edwards is at 84, and Barnett's jumping up to 42 as we speak. That's interesting. That is very interesting. I mean, when you're the only candidate that rails against globalism, you're bound to have a low floor in Pennsylvania. Like, that's what it comes down to. It's like the things in her past that are red flags, usually that'd be a disqualifier, but when you have Dr. Oz's red flags and McCormick's in the race, yeah, well, voters are gonna start to pull for you, and you can't exactly blame them for it in their entirety. But there's a long way to go. Not gonna make any early jump the gun decisions, but it is interesting to see the movers on Predict It. Now Mastriano's still at 92, but the thing is, Trump endorsed Mastriano. He also endorsed Oz. Mastriano endorsed Barnett, and they've been kind of campaigning together as this sort of a package deal, which has definitely boosted Barnett's campaign as Mastriano has gotten more traction. So will that help Barnett win is the real question. We just have yet to see. But Mastriano's only at 12% right now. And Barnett's already where Oz is. Now, when the rest of the votes come in and Mastriano, if the polls are right and he ends up with 40%, is Barnett going to win? I think the answer might be you never know, but it could be yes. I mean, I don't necessarily blame the predicted buyers for that, but what can I say? I mean, it's neck and neck in the betting odds. Barnett was at like 18% at the start of the stream, which that's interesting. Now Mastriano's jumped back up to 96 as well. Barletta's in second. And Barletta, if you look at this, where is he? He's in fourth? Or he's in third now. Mastriano's in fifth, which is interesting. And Joe Gale's outperforming his brother by 4 or 5. So, like I said, McCormick, it's the early vote. You have a lot of people that are going to jump the gun and they're going to say McCormick is ahead in the early vote, therefore he's got this in the bag. And it's like, no, that lead is going to crumble. But how is it going to crumble? Is it going to crumble for Dr. Oz? The MAGA Sultan, as a lot of his like ironic fans are putting it, or is it going to come out for Kathy Barnett, the more unknown? Well, they're all unknowns technically. Oz is a big unknown on policy, but everybody's seen him in the media. But there's been a vote dump in somewhere. Dr. Oz gained a little bit, but I don't know if it was by much. That's interesting. So I think it was in Northampton, but we'll have to see. But my fan base, we put the poll out. Barnett won 60% in the rep poll of the fan base, or who they wanted. Oz got 30. McCormick got 10. But YouTube and Twitter are not real life. They're not real life. They don't live in Pennsylvania for the most part. So, Sky Captain 6 says, what do you think about the Tampons Oregon bathroom? I don't know what that is. Don't know what's going on. Let's see. BW says, report that one county in Pennsylvania has a machine issue. Hey, who knows what that means? It's not like we haven't heard that before. Adam No Life for 1801 says Barnett surged this week, cares zero about early votes. Well, there's a lot of undecideds in those polls. That doesn't necessarily mean that Barnett's going to pull this thing off. I probably would say Oz is still the favorite, but is he the favorite by much? I don't know. It's going to come down to the wire. And as we refresh, yeah, Oz is at 48. Barnett's at 39. McCormick is at 20, which is a little unsettling. But I don't think that he's going to win. If he can only win the early vote by 10, he's not going to win. Pirate Dronkim says Brandon will sell our country to the World Health Commie on May 55. I don't posted a link. I don't know what that is. Thanks for the super chat, though. Definitely, they keep the channel going. We can have the discussion that we need to have. But I'm worried about the governorship more so than not, but it is still early vote. You would just think that Mastriano would be doing better than what he's doing. And like if Barletta was in first, I wouldn't be worrying because I'd be fine with a Barletta victory, but you have McSwain in first, and McSwain might very well end up in second. And Corman's winning a lot of the early vote in these rural places. He dropped out, so it's kind of weird that he would be doing that, but we'll have to wait and see. There's a long way to go. But Madison Cawthorn, that's the story of the night so far. Is Madison Cawthorn dropping the ball in North Carolina's 11th? Because he was supposed to win, and, well, didn't see that happen. So, at least, I mean, he could come back, but it is what it is. It's just one congressional seat. I think the Senate race is what a lot more people are interested in. And Ted Budd, like, destroying the opposition, that was epic to see. And if he's that strong in a primary, I have no worries he'll win the general by like 6 or 7. I have no worries. We'll check decision desk. And Dr. Oz is winning in Luzerne County. They call it Luzerne because of Lou Barletta. He's from there. But I don't even know if he'll win it in this cycle. Polls had him losing northeastern Pennsylvania to Mastriano. Polls are polls, but if anything, you'd think they'd underestimate Mastriano as the grassroots candidate. It's funny, you go from being the far-right unelectable outsider, and then in the next cycle, the establishment's going to rally behind you. I mean, it shows we're pushing the Overton window in the right direction, which you absolutely love to see. 100%, you love to see it. So, Oz is up in Luzerne, but there's no votes from there. There's like 1%. It's nothing. But yeah, he gained a little bit, but just a little. And this map is very intriguing how it's filling in so far. But I'm not jumping the gun either way. But Oz, he's back up in the polls. He's back up to 69. Look at that. He's back up. The enlightened Nevadan says Fox called it for Melissa Hart. Yeah, Fox. No, Fox already projected Fetterman the winner for the general, actually. Fox has projected Joe Biden will be the dictator of America in 2024 and beyond. Someone said McCormick equals mail-in votes. That's sussy. I disagree because the mail-in voters are typically the more establishment voters. And as a result, they're going to be coming out for McCormick. It's a very slim percentage of the full total. Jason Stokes says, if Oz loses Pennsylvania, I think it will show the MAGA base thinks for itself and doesn't worship Trump like some suggest. Well, I think that's true regardless. Oz is not going to get like 50-60% of the primary. If he wins it, he's going to win it with like 30-something. Bob Dole, $50, Trump in 2024. Thanks for the super chat, Bob Dole. Bob Dole, he's revived. He's revived from the dead to send a super chat. We really love Bob Dole here. We're Bob Dole appreciators. Let's see. All right. Nothing is new. It's like this is like the time where we're just waiting for more results to come in, and it's like we just want to say something and analyze the results, but we really just can't do it because there's not enough results in. How dare you, says Black Lives MAGA. Thanks for the super chat. Let's go to North Carolina. Yeah, Cawthorn actually got it within. Wait. Oh, he got it within almost 5. I'm going to refresh the predict it. Yeah, he's climbing up a little bit, but that's interesting. There's just so much that we don't know about this, about like what votes are in. We're assuming that they're mail-ins. They should be mail-ins because McCormick is not going to win the election day vote by unexpected margins, but he is probably going to easily win the mail-in votes. No questions asked. World Critic and Gamer says it's the mules. The mules are not for Republican primary. Like that's not the concept of that doesn't typically apply to GOP primaries. If McCormick wins, we can have that discussion. He's not going to win. Gregory Lawrence, thanks for the super chat. But you know when the polls aren't matching up with the governorship, that the votes that are outstanding are going to come in big from the grassroots. They're going to come in big from the Trump base. So we'll have to see. Let's see the Cawthorn odds once again. Okay, unmoved. But Oz is now at 72. And right now, I don't even understand how these people are betting on this because there's just so much that we don't know. Gerald Armstrong says, I think if Scott Perry would have known how this primary panned out in hindsight, he would have entered the race. Disagree. I think he likes being the chairman of the Freedom Caucus, which is arguably one of the most crucial caucuses in Congress. Archim Dragstov says, is it an issue if Democrats have a higher turnout or is that expected? It's the mail-in vote. A lot of the mail-in support is going to come for the Dems. And the early vote that's coming in first are going to be the mail-ins. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the full-scale 2020 system all over again, but these are absentee ballots. These are early votes. And most people that take use of that system vote Democrat. That's the way it is. And the Republicans that do tend to be more establishmentarian or they tend to be just older. So that's what it comes down to. 8%. They have at 8% for the decision desk primary. Oz is at 23%. McCormick is at 32%, but we need more results in. We don't want to be sitting here all night until the election day votes pour in. They should be pouring in anytime soon. But what can I say? Richard Head says, will you be doing a video on Michigan and Wisconsin? Wisconsin, not really, because there's really nothing to talk about unless there's like a poll. Michigan, we'll talk about the Democrat primary or the Republican primary for governor eventually. But it's in like July or August, so we have a lot of time. I want to get to some policy. I want to talk about what Republicans need to be doing when they get in power, when Trump takes office. Like, these are things we're going to have to talk about. Let's see. We're approaching an hour and 30 minutes on stream. So, North Carolina. We'll check North Carolina once again. Sandy Smith is still winning. Expanded the lead. Chuck Edwards' lead is down to 5.5. Let's refresh. Yeah, Cawthorn's now at 32. He might pull it off. There are questions, though, but a lot of people are buying the dip. Bo Hines is winning as anticipated, and that's pretty much it. So we'll go back to Pennsylvania. And now Barletta's in second place. Dave White's in third. Mastriano's in fourth. So we are seeing more votes pour in. Barletta is winning Luzerne County. He's winning Luzerne. He's winning northeastern Pennsylvania. I'm going to refresh the odds and see what they're saying for the governor's race. Because Barletta's still at 4 cents. Mastriano's probably going to win when it's all said and done. Gerald Armstrong says, does Kane have a future in politics beyond mayor of not? I don't even know who that is. Christopher Laurie says, this is one of the election nights where the county's very slow. Doomers need to calm down. Yeah, I agree. I'm not dooming at all. First of all, I don't really mind who wins the governor's primary as long as it's Barletta or Mastriano. Mastriano winning like big would be a brutal blow to the electabros, so I'm kind of pulling for him at this point. But like in terms of the Senate race, I don't know. I think Oz is the favorite. But we'll have to see. And yes, McCormick just lost 0.4% with that vote dump. Oz and Barnett both gained 0.5 point. Jack Odell says, is there any worry Kathy Barnett could be a Roy Moore? I think that's honestly ridiculous that people would say that. Jared Walsh is LTE going at again. I don't really care what goes on over at other lesser relevant channels, but let's see. The governorship, Lou Barletta, again, he's in third. Mastriano is in second now. Look at that. And a lot of the rural counties that are starting to pour in, he's winning them. And Oz and Barnett, so far, both are winning the rural counties that are coming in as well. So that's interesting. Let's go back to Pennsylvania. Rodney Benfield says, thank you for your time and devotion to election projections and results. You're a trusted source. Thank you. Appreciate it. Fetterman's up to 55. McCormick is down to 32. And Mastriano's in second. Look at that climb. Look at Mastriano, 18% now. Look at that. More results are pouring in. Let's view the full race. Where are the results coming from? Because this is a real question. Where are they pouring in? What counties are mostly all the way in? You have Mastriano. He's winning in Franklin and Northumberland, Cambria, Fulton, Greene. Greene is a big Trump county. It was, I don't know if it went for Obama, but it used to be like a Democrat stronghold. I'm pretty sure it voted heavily for Walter Mondale, but now is a big Trump stronghold. So Mastriano is catching up as more results pour in. He's at 18. Yeah, I think that you could even see when he takes the lead, I'm sure they might even project it, but I'm not surprised that Barletta is doing better in the northeastern counties, at least with the votes that they have in right now. He's from there. He's got a big support base there. A lot of them voted for Bob Casey in 2018, but still, what can I say? And let's go look at the Senate race. And Oz is catching up too. He's 8 points away from McCormick. Barnett's still in third. So Yeah, I think that the results are starting to pour in a little bit more here, which is good. So we'll check more on North Carolina. Is Cawthorn okay? He's got it within what, 4.8%, 64% reporting. Okay, he's running out of time there. We'll see if Edwards is able to run out the clock for victory. But Mark Velletri says, how do you explain MAGA-friendly people like Zito and Glenn Beck backing McCormick? Are they being played? Well, Glenn Beck didn't even back Trump in 2016, like in the general election. He didn't even back Trump at all until like 2018. Like, use a term MAGA-friendly very loosely there. So Joseph Vol says, how big of a loss would Cawthorn be? I don't think it'd be the end of the world, but I would prefer that he wins because the people that are trying to get rid of him are the people that I don't like. So to do with that information what you will, but this county map is a mess so far. It's a big mess. But more counties are pouring in. You got 8% reporting, but the lead is down to 8%. And Oz is at 74 cents in the betting odds. Cawthorn's down to 26. He was up in the 30s last time we checked. So, all right, we'll continue to watch any House primaries that are up. Also, let's check the lieutenant governor's race. Teddy Daniels is in third there. So Bognet's winning. Bognet did the Trump endorsement in the 8th district. That's good for that district from what I can tell. But we'll have to see. Let's check Decision Desk again. Okay, apparently it logged me out. Hate it when it does this. But yeah, like I said, make sure you check out the merch store, shop.redeaglepolitics.com. Celebrate the Red Wave with the Red Wave 2022 t-shirt. Great design, among many other things. We got stickers, we got tank tops, hoodies, you name it. Okay, Mastriano is now down to it's a 3.2% lead. 3.2% lead for Mastriano right now. So that lead got cut. Or lead for McSwain. That got cut down massively. So let's see what Decision Desk is saying so far. It's about the same. I think there actually might even be behind. Yeah, it says 92% in for the Cawthorn race. I don't know if that's true. You always can't, they don't gauge the percentages right all the time. Like, that's the problem. New York Times typically is better with percentages than Decision Desk. So, let's see. Yeah, nothing's new. Nothing's new. But there's a lot of votes that have not been counted yet. But Mastriano's seen a surge. You haven't really seen a surge yet for either Oz or Barnett, which is interesting. But we have a long way to go. Mastriano's about to take the lead, one could say. Yeah, New York Times is ahead of Decision Desk, actually. But this is a close race so far. Mastriano and Barletta definitely are both going to do better than McSwain in the election day votes. Mastriano's likely going to do better than Barletta, so it shouldn't even be a contest when the election day votes start to come in. And then we're going to have to turn our eyes to the Senate race, but it seems like every candidate's gained and Bartos has been the one to drop. But long way to go. A lot of counties that haven't yet reported. We'll have to see. But, oh, Cawthorn saw a jump on predicted. That's interesting. Shout out to Garen Rabbins for the super chat. Okay, yeah, we're not getting any no more results in. We'll have to wait and see. I'm probably going to get more water. I'll actually, let's pull the results up. Just the results. Okay, I'll be back in probably around like 30 seconds. All right, we have returned. We have returned. I am back. And let's see. All right, let's pull it back up. There we go. There we go. Again, guys, make sure you like the stream. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not yet subscribed. I will say that. We hit 123,000 subscribers, another milestone. We're almost to 125K. Remember my first election live stream when we hit 10K, which was quite some time ago. But that was for some North Carolina election in 2019 that most people don't care about now. But all right, John Fetterman has been projected the winner. That's a good thing for us because we'll steamroll him in November. But the real question is who's going to be the guy to do it? Or in the case of McCormick, might not do it. So we'll have to see. Hopefully McCormick goes down. Again, it's a lot of early vote that's in a lot of these places. It's going to favor him regardless, but he hasn't dropped as much as I would have liked to see him drop so far. The real question is when the results do come in, we'll have to see. So Ryuzan says ballots coming in for Dr. Oz at 4. No, I don't think we're going to see any of that in this primary, but we'll have to see. Could be wrong. Gerald Armstrong says, let's see, there's a super chat. In case you saw missed my last super chat, Kane is Glenn Jacobs, a WWE Hall of Famer and mayor of Knox County, Tennessee. He will, quote unquote, choke slam the Dems when he goes statewide. I didn't even know they had like a WWE mayor. It doesn't surprise me. But yeah, I didn't get a super chat about that. Maybe on a different stream, I don't know. But let's see. Let's pull it up. Okay, now Oz is starting to gain, and McCormick fell a little bit. Oz is almost to 26. Like I said, first 1 to 30 wins. Now, I don't mean like first 1 to 30 as in whoever gets 30 when the votes start pouring in. I'm just saying whoever finishes above 30% wins this thing. Like, that's what it comes down to. You have a third of the vote, you're going to win it. The other minor candidates are going to add up to like 15, 20%. So the first one to get over 30 is going to win it. It just depends who it is. Now, definitely counting analysis is going to matter when more votes are in. But are any counties above 50% in? The only county that's like 42% in has Barnett up. So actually, there's another one that has McCormick up that's at 42%. But, well, 48. This one is 48%, and McCormick is up, which is not good. Like, I know he's from Western Pennsylvania. I don't know if that's going to translate to doing well in the Trumpian counties in Western Pennsylvania. I would hope that it wouldn't. But he hasn't fallen as much as I would have liked to see him fall. And according to Predicted, he's in second place. Oh, wait, no, she just went down. Cawthorn's back up, though. He's almost to 40, which is interesting. And right now, checking it, Cawthorn is now narrowed the lead gap to 3.6% with how much reporting again? What, 71? I think Cawthorn might actually pull it off at this point, which I know we keep going back and forth, but we'll have to see. Luke Kirkpatrick says Kane will be Tennessee's next governor. Quote me on that. We'll have to see. Spartan Speed runs to the counties with most percentage in. Has Barnett win? Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what happens at the end of the day. It really could. Stephen Knizik says, now, guys, just because Red Eagle is getting water, that doesn't mean you could be so vulgar. I didn't see what was going on in chat. I haven't been reading chat that much. I mean, I read the super chats, and we appreciate the super chats. We have 4,500 live viewers. This might be our third, like one of our like largest streams for like election results. I'd say probably third largest. Maybe discounting like a stream that was like right before or after the election because we got a lot of viewers on those, but this is definitely up there. So I really appreciate you guys for tuning in. Can we hit 5,000 live viewers? That would be huge. But the results, and this is going to come down to the wire. It is. This is going to be something that, again, we're going to have to get the Red Bull out because it's 8 o'clock already. And we're going to be here for probably 3 or 4 more hours. At least it's 8 o'clock Central Time. So let's check North Carolina again. Yeah, nothing's changed. I think Mastriano got up in the governorship. I could be wrong. Okay, that's the Senate race. Yeah, he's up. Oh, big time. 28%. Look at that. Yeah, that's over. You can call it. You could wrap this one up. It's basically over. So the Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk will project Doug Mastriano the winner of the Pennsylvania gubernatorial primary. He has defeated both Bill McSwain, Lou Barletta, a wide array of other candidates, a lot of grassroots energy. Trump's endorsement definitely helped him out a lot. You might say it's a premature projection. I disagree. The predicted odds have always had him at like 95%. It's over. I'm calling it. It's done. Not only that, he could even get up close to 40%. And a lot of people are worrying about his electability. I don't even care. Again, it's a psyop. Don't fall for the psyops. These are very low IQ, very stupid, miserable people that are going to sit here and tell you the solid candidates are unelectable and don't know how politics works, despite the fact that he's a very good orator. He is a very intelligent writer. He's a philosopher, you could say. He knows what to do, and he'll win. He'll win in November. Josh Shapiro is one of the most overrated people in politics. You have people talking about him like he's some like unbeatable titan. He's not. He's a loser. He's been given like exhibition tier like competition, and he's barely beaten them. Like, this is what you have to deal with. He's a bust. Fetterman's a bust. We'll have to see. Nicholas Hoosman says, I believe the GOP will win every statewide race in the Midwest except Illinois and Minnesota. It's a bold prediction, but it's possible. It is possible. I mean, they'll probably sweep a lot of the races in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Comrelan Aniamton says, yo, Rep, what's going on? Just got out from graduation ceremony. Mastriano's running away with this thing. The Senate race is going to be interesting. Madison Cawthorn might lose, but he's somewhat recovering in North Carolina. And Ted Budd killed it right out of the gate. They projected it. Gerald Armstrong says, Rep, I saw Brian Sims signs for lieutenant governor in Pennsylvania. He's a nut. How's he doing? He's in second, but he's not going to win. Austin Davis is up huge in that primary. But yeah, that's the guy that was like harassing the teenage girls that were like anti-abortion a couple years ago, wasn't it? Yeah, that's the same guy. If anything, he should be in prison, not running for a governorship or a lieutenant governorship. Ryan Wingard says, thoughts on Katie Britt looking to next week? I hope she loses. Trump unendorsing Mo Brooks is a low blow. I'm not gonna let him off the hook for that. We'll have to see. Pendicar 111 says, you predicted 35 GOP governors this year. In 2023 and 2024, we'll pick up 3 more. Do you foresee a convention of states that the Republicans end up around 38? No, because Republicans are dumb and don't have a spine. Like, they'll have enough for that already because they'll have the state Senate chamber in Nevada more likely than not, but it's not going to make a difference or matter. I'm not necessarily trying to come off as black-pilled or anything like that when I'm saying it. I'm just saying, like, we can do it eventually, but not now. Not with these losers that lead us. Like, we're getting a lot of good people in there, but it's not perfect. Dean Hell says, look at Franklin County, 40% in. Yeah, we'll look at the Senate race because we already know who's going to win the governorship primaries. Let's see. 40% in. Yeah, Oz is up in Franklin, but he's not up by a lot. And I believe McCormick was leading there initially, so we'll have to see. Let's check the betting odds. Okay, Cawthorn went down again. Now McCormick's in second. Okay, that is not something you like to see. But again, these people are very impulsive on the betting markets. Oz is likely the favorite. I said he was the favorite at the beginning of the stream. I said it in my last video. I said it on Twitter. I didn't make a prediction for any of these, but it seems like Oz is going to win. I think that if anything, Barnett's going to come in second, and then McCormick is going to probably crater into third place. So we'll keep monitoring the situation and the results as they do pour in here. But there's very few counties that are actually all the way in, and those that are giving us very different states of this race to the point where I can't say it's going to go this way or the other. So 13% reporting, and there we have it. So that's is what it is. Let's check on North Carolina. Yeah, Cawthorn still narrowed it. He's within 3 now, like under 3 with 74% reporting. But is it enough, or is Edward just going to run out the clock with the votes that haven't come in yet? Like, that's the real question we're looking at. So we don't have anything out of Idaho because the polls aren't closing there. Kentucky was really nothing. They're 68% reporting, and Rand Paul easily won. That's really not a surprise at all. But yeah, Oz is almost to 27. So we'll have to see. Like I said, it's not surprising, but as long as McCormick goes down, that's sort of a win in and of itself. I will say that. That's sort of a win. Okay, Oz gained. So he's at 27.5. And more northeastern Pennsylvania results came in. Okay, that was said a little bit too soon because McCormick gained a little bit, but that was because a county reported their early vote, so it's not surprising. And it's going to be a little bit of a tug of war back and forth as counties are doing that, but Oz is likely going to still gain, and I think he's probably going to catch McCormick pretty soon here. Barnett's like lost in third place right now. Like the fact that she's not even gaining any traction shows that maybe McCormick is going to finish in second place, but that just speaks volumes to how big Trump's endorsement really works, I would have to say. Like, it just depends. As long as McCormick goes down, there's going to be a positive takeaway from this thing. But Oz is just Mehmet. They call him Mehmet because he's very meh. Like, this guy, you look at his entire track record. What is he? Pro-choice until 2021. Pro-red flag laws until 2021. Member of the World Economic Forum. Turkish dual citizen. Didn't serve in the American army. Served in the Turkish army. Voted in the Turkish elections. But if you're friends with Trump, I guess they let you do it, right? I don't think that's how it should work, but this field was completely just cratered the day that Parnell decided to drop out and endorse McCormick of all people, and then argue about it with me in my Twitter replies earlier today, because he's fallen that far. He's fallen that far. But Oz is an economic. He tries to position himself as an economic nationalist, which again the WEF ties are kind of throw that into question. But I mean, if he wins, I really hope we could push him to the right, and I'm more confident that we could do that to him than we could do to McCormick. Also, the people that'll give Barnett the trash about BLM, what did Oz post on Twitter like 2 weeks before he ran for Senate? Like these white privilege memes or whatever came straight out of the CRT Academy. This guy, but like I said, he's probably going to win this thing. Dean House is best to look at raw vote lead in Cawthorn's race. Percentage will narrow as more votes are tabulated, but Edwards' vote lead has been somewhat steady. Yeah, we'll have to see. Jeff Phillips says, who is most likely going to be the Republican nominee in New York? I think it's going to be Lee Zeldin. I think he's probably the strongest candidate, too, to win. But, you know, he just is what he is. It's a Republican in New York. You're not going to, like, get the best out of that. But it is what it is. Eric at Chavaria says, does Barnett splitting the base with Oz worry you? No, not really, because McCormick is going to lose regardless. I feel like I missed a super chat. Apparently not. Someone said Wasserman called it for Mastriano. Yeah, I mean, Wasserman typically does jump the gun, but he usually is correct. Like, he's wrong about his polling analysis, but when it comes to, like, election results pouring in, he's not wrong. Like, yeah, Mastriano is obviously going to win this thing. Like, there's no questions asked about it. He's at 32. Barletta's now in second place, and McSwain's in third. And a lot of the Barletta counties have reported their votes. So, yeah, I've seen enough. In the words of Dave Wasserman, I've seen enough. And Dr. Oz now is cruising into first place. And the betting odds have him now at 75. Although McCormick's jumped up, I think that's impulse. I think that's impulse buying. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Now McCormick lost steam. Oz is now in second. Well, he's always been in second, but he's like 3 points away from first. Like, this is crucial right here. He's 3 points away from first place. And Darvin says similarities or difference between Dr. Oz and Wizard of Oz. I don't know. The name, that's it. But thanks for the super chat. Okay, Franklin County's 100% in. Oz beat Barnett in it by 1. That is, I believe, Franklin County is, I don't know, where's Franklin County? I think it's in, is it in eastern Pennsylvania? Franklin County, I could pull it up here. Let's see. Franklin. We gotta go down to F. Okay, that's actually in the T. That's in southern Pennsylvania. And if Oz is gonna win that, he's probably gonna win as more votes come in. Like, I would have to say. Barnett, I think, will surge a little bit, but I think that Dr. Oz is probably gonna pull this thing off easily. Which, again, I'm not fond of Oz. I'm just saying that it's unlikely that he goes down. Now, Columbia County being 95% in and voting for David McCormick is a head-scratcher. That could be a tabulation error, if anything. Elk County voting for McCormick as well is a little weird. We're going to have to keep our eye on this thing. Elk County. Where is Elk County? Okay, that is not McCormick territory. That is sus. That's a little sus, to put it the least, but McCormick I don't think is going to win. But we'll have to see. Yeah, Fetterman, obviously, he took it. But, yeah, Franklin's results might be the bellwether for the state. But a lot of results have to pour in. We're only a fifth of the way done. Of course, the early votes have been favoring McCormick because more establishment Republicans would vote in the early and mail-in system. However, Oz is surging. Apparently, the Trump endorsement definitely helped him quite a bit. In a lot of these places. Barnett's winning a few counties, but Oz, as a lot of the votes have come in northeastern Pennsylvania. What are we at in Luzerne? 27% in Luzerne. Oz is up big, and Barnett's in a distant third. Lackawanna, Joe Biden's home county. He's not going to win it next time around, I don't think. 67% of the vote is in Lackawanna. Oz has a big lead over both McCormick and Barnett. So he's doing very well in eastern Pennsylvania. McCormick is from western Pennsylvania. Maybe that's why he's doing a little bit better there. I don't know. But we'll really have to see when all these other results pour in and when the election day votes come in full capacity, because those are going to be the determining factor. Sam Madsen said, I've been through Elk County. No way McCormick gets that. Like I said, it could be a tabulation error. I'm not sure. Or maybe there's more votes to come out of it. How many votes have been reported in Elk County in its entirety? See if we could pull this up. Go down to the E. Okay, wait, whoops. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but is that Elk County? Yeah. Okay, it's the screen froze. Decision desk is being decision desk again, guys. Okay, no, that's Jefferson County. Okay, we're gonna have to come back to that one. We'll have a look at some super chat. Chance Hansen says, hoping for Darren Hanbick here in Oregon Senate primary, strong on all the issues in a grassroots campaign. I admittedly know very little about that race because it's just under the radar. Probably analyze it when the primary's over. But yeah, now it's within 3. So it's again 5,000, 5,500 votes that could easily be made up. There's a lot of votes left to be tabulated. We're probably going to hit around 1 million total votes when everything's said and done in Pennsylvania for the Republican side. Democrats are probably maybe even about the same, but a little bit less for sure. Okay, Barnett now is at 23. So McCormick it's a slow fall for McCormick, very slow fall. We'll just have to sit here and watch him have a very slow collapse. Cawthorn, 21% is remaining. He's 2.3% away. Let's check predict it once more. Yeah, McCormick is cratering. Cawthorn is still at 27 cents. Yeah, I don't know. It's not good for him, but Mastriano easily won. At least apparently. Electabro's seething. Oh, look, 41%. Oh, dude, that is huge. Wow. Now, if he takes the suburbs, or when more votes come in and he starts taking the suburbs and he takes every county, that's going to be an easy dunk on the election mafia people, the basement caucus, or whatever you want to call them, because these are the people, and the same people are in the GOP establishment. They think the same way. And they say that Mastriano is incapable of winning because, the suburbs will hate him. Yet, if he takes the suburbs in the primary with ease, it doesn't always translate to the general, but it shows that he's not as unelectable as people think because his floor is fairly high in a lot of places where people claim that he doesn't have a floor in. So, Oz is surging. He's at 28.8. McCormick didn't move. Barnett's gained a little bit, but not too much. There's a lot of unknowns in the T. That's, the meat of the state, especially the MAGA base in the state. Obviously, northeastern Pennsylvania matters. The Philly suburbs and Pittsburgh suburbs definitely matter in the Republican primary, too. But the T shows where the grassroots energy is. And if you have this grassroots war between Oz and Barnett supporters, and the people in the T come out huge for Dr. Oz, mainly because of Trump's endorsement, it shows that Oz is likely going to win the state easily in the primary when all the votes are counted. We just don't know enough, but I'd say Oz is the favorite right now. Christopher Laurie says, when neocons and grifters win, Fox News is mostly to blame. We need something like APU TV. Thanks for the super chat. I don't know about the TV thing. They kind of have the YouTube channel already, but TV. I mean, there's Newsmax. But Newsmax is compromised. They're arguably worse than Fox, especially because they don't even have to be. And you have One America and you have all these other things, but we'll have to see. Is what it is. I mean, that's why I have a YouTube channel. I talk about what I need to talk about. I tell people what they need to hear. And it's important stuff. It really is. Jonathan says, you missed my super. I did. This is a second super chat that you've sent saying that I missed your super chat. I'm sorry about that, buddy. You've had a pessimist view on Minnesota, but they do very well in the state legislature races, typically controlling one or both chambers. It's probably because the maps are drawn a little bit more favorable than that, but let's see. Okay, now it's down to 2.6%. Okay. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of movement there. Not a lot of movement. We'll go back to the governor's race. Let's see. It's so brutal. It's brutal. Mastriano at 40. If he cracks 50, imagine if he cracks 50. That would be That would really be something, because that means he's got a majority of the party support. Like, I don't even know. I think Trump got 50 in the Republican primary in Pennsylvania. He won every county, but it wasn't like much above that. OG Steven 2001 says, do you think Oz will take the lead? Do you think Rhino McCormick will win? No, McCormick's not going to win. I think Oz is pretty much going to take the lead within like maybe 15 minutes or so. We'll have to see. The Oz Mastriano phenomenon is interesting. Like, I'm not an Oz supporter, but he definitely has star power. I will say that. He has star power. I think he can easily win a general. He'll squash Fetterman. It's easy. We'll have to see. All right, let's check North Carolina real quick. Oh, Bud is almost... Yeah, Bud is like around 60. Like, that's the thing. He's only going to like lose one county. I think he beat Walker in every county in Walker's district, too. It's pretty epic. Let's see. Cawthorn's now down to 2. But only 14% is left. This is the 2-minute warning. Can Edwards pull it off? We'll have to see. But, yeah, he's at 93. Oh, it's over for Cawthorn, bros. We had a good run. But I don't know. Yeah, this is now, it's almost down to a 2-point race. Oz is closing in. Count Kilroy Graff says Carlin Borsenko eating L's. Oops. Well, what did she say? I don't even know. I don't care. She blocked me on Twitter because I called her out for being cringe. That was like a year ago. Like, she's irrelevant. Last time I checked, she gets, what, like a couple thousand views on, like, her YouTube videos? Like, whatever. Michael C. Marshall says, we need more InfoWars candidates. Can't wait for Trump to whine about Oz betraying him when he votes against him after the honeymoon phase is over. Yeah, I mean, like, it is what it is with Oz. Like, there is nuance to the Oz stuff, I think. But I don't think that we could say this guy's going to be a really good senator. Like, at best, he'll just fall in line. Like, that's what we need him to do. But, like, there's too many red flags. Turkish dual citizen, served in the military of Turkey, not the U.S. He was born here. And I don't believe it's not even mandatory. And then beyond that point, he goes out there and is a World Economic Forum member. And then you talk about the stances on guns, abortion, all these stances that he's taken over the past. He won't even ban puberty blockers still. Like, you could maybe write off the trans children thing, whatever, on his show as some sort of like, oh, he was presenting both sides of the argument, because he did do the same thing after that with like conversion therapy or whatever. Both were controversial at the time from both sides of the aisle. But you can't justify the fact that he won't even ban puberty blockers, especially in a Republican primary. But he has the Trump endorsement. He might fall in line. I hope he does. McCormick is probably not going to win this thing when it's said and done either, but BM says, I believe Cawthorn goes to a runoff with above 30%. I know if you're below 30, there's a runoff. If you're above 30, it doesn't matter, even if both are above 30. Michael Heidelberger says, that's Flip Minnesota Red Boys. Thanks, Rep, for your great insight. I love your honest take on everything. Keep it up. Appreciate the super chats. Matt Hayo says, thanks for Stream Red. Are you going to cover California? I'm going to cover California. Well, the primaries, yeah. We'll cover it, but it's like, it's not that, there's nothing like going on there. The great MAGA King says, is Madison Cawthorn's political career over? Probably. I mean, he can go back to being sussy with the bros. I mean, he can go back to that. Like, I'm not going to defend that. I'm not going to defend him for that after this, but I'm just going to say that, like, the fact that he went down had more to do with the establishment trying to psyop him more than anything else, in my view. So that's the way I see it. But 90% is in. Edwards' lead increased a little bit. Yeah, Cawthorn's done. This just a little bit too sussy with the bros. You could have had it all. You could have had it all, but you were a little too sussy with the bros. But hey, I mean, at least he did expose the things that we already kind of knew were happening, though. But like, whatever. I'm just upset that the neocons got their way with this. Like, that's why I'm upset about the Cawthorn thing. But let's see. Nothing new out of this Senate race. Mastriano's still at 40. So we're waiting on results. I think we have 90 minutes until the polls close out of Oregon and Idaho. So, yeah, it's another L in Trump's endorsement record, too. Like, I kind of want some of the Trump endorsees that are, like, mad to lose as long as good candidates win, so Trump can, like, not care so much about his record and just endorse the right person for every race. But it's like, I don't know. But Fetterman, yeah, Fetterman's almost a 60. Lamb isn't even going to win a county. And you had people saying, oh, Lamb would win the primary like 6 months ago. And I thought maybe he would, but no, not even close. They nominated far left Fetterman. A far left Fetty, whatever you want to call him. This is the guy they nominate. So, goes to show. Dr. Oz is almost at 30. McCormick needs to fall. That's the thing. Like, I see Sands and Bartos are falling. And Oz is gaining. That's what I've seen. Like, Barnett's gained a little bit, but McCormick is like stayed about the same. And he needs to go down. Like, this is crunch time. This guy needs to go. Like, that is the worst possible option you could have. Him losing to Oz is a good thing, regardless of whatever you think about Oz. Because at least Oz, you can say, okay, this guy has a really murky track record, but he's more of a blank slate. He's not perfect, but he's more of a blank slate. With McCormick, you know you're jumping off the cliff. With Oz, you might get an okay senator. An okay one, that is. But Jeremy G says, will Gavin Newsom lose his primary seat this summer? Doubt it. Yeah, Edwards, okay, yeah. All right. The Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk can make a projection. Chuck Edwards has won the North Carolina's 11th District Republican primary. Madison Cawthorn has suffered the fate of being a little bit too sussy with his bros and getting exposed for it because maybe he said something a little bit too based that was a little bit out of character for him because he can say some cringe stuff sometimes. But, all right, his career's over. Literally got his Fetty. Not going to say that last word. Try to keep it clean on this channel. I don't think I try not to swear. There have been times where I have. But I try not to. It's not healthy. But super chats, come on, get it together, guys. Get it together. It's Cool Guy Rice says Fetterman looks like a Trump supporter. This is true. He used to be on the issues, apparently not as bad on the social stuff, but he's completely off the rails, as many other people are. I mean, Republicans have moved to the left too, to the point where Democrats 20 years ago on social issues were not even that bad in the grand scheme of things. Democrats, it was until 2012 when like Obama, Hillary Clinton, Biden, they were all they were all anti-gay marriage. Whereas many Republicans nowadays are. And it's like, what happened since then? What happened? Do you think people just decided to like wake up? Or do you think there's a little bit of like some programming going on there? That's the real question. And the Republican establishment's complicit on a lot of issues. So OG Steve in 2001 says, if it's Fetterman versus Oz, what are the chances of Republicans hold? If it's Fetterman versus McCormick, what are the chances Dems flip the seat? I'd say Fetterman only has like a 10% chance against McCormick, and I hate McCormick, and I'm saying that. So that tells you how bad of a candidate he is or how overrated he is. Cato Airman 17 says, Blump's new endorsement score prediction, I honestly don't know. I think he's lost 2 or 3. I think 2. He's going to lose probably 3. I want McGeehan to win so bad, but it would be the upset of a century if she pulls it off tonight. Okay, let's see. Now, okay, Oz is within 2.5. Where are the votes coming in from? Because this is what matters. We got to check the counties. What counties are in? Lebanon is almost all the way in. That is in the T, a very red county. That is coming in for Oz. But McCormick is surprisingly in second. Like, how is he doing this well in these rural counties? I mean, maybe, I think it's people see Oz as like a bad candidate and they don't know anything about McCormick, so they vote for him anyways. Like, that's the way I see it. And maybe they just didn't support Barnett, or they, think like she's supported BLM or whatever because of those tweets, so they just don't know who she is. Like, that's probably what it is. The establishmentarian, well, not the establishmentarian, but like the boomers, the boomer cons that sort of get it but don't. And they understand that Oz is a problem, but they don't like do their research on McCormick. It's like the same people that said, oh, Vance said all these things 4 years ago, let me vote for Josh Mandel or Matt Dolan. Like, no, those people are worse. Like, seriously. Rubik's Cube says Oz cringe, McCormick neocon, Barnett base, and Cawthorn is a body count American, but he should have won. Sad. It's true. Arizona's a true battleground. Yeah, and I think Masters is going to pull off that primary. What can you say? Let's see. Oz is now at 81. Edwards is at 96. We're not going to make a projection on Pennsylvania just yet because there's just too many unknowns, but I think Oz is still the favorite. Brandon Fairbanks says, wait, is Edwards based or non-based? He's not based. I mean, he's just not. Edwards sucks. Like, Cawthorn is not ideal, but Edwards is a train wreck compared to Cawthorn. And Edwards is probably like a run-of-the-mill establishment. I don't think that he's like... Edwards is not necessarily like the worst Republican. He's not going to be a... I don't know, who would be like one of the worst Republicans in Congress that you could compare him to? He's not going to be like a Dan Crenshaw, but he's probably going to be like a, I don't know, just your run-of-the-mill Republican. Like, he's not even going to be as good as like what isn't Dan Bishop one of the better representatives in North Carolina? Great MAGA King says Cawthorn's a closet gay. He might be. Like, only he knows that, but that was very sussy behavior. Like, I know, well, he's not gay. We know the women that, like we understand. He gets with a lot of women, and we don't have to go into that. But like, I know for a fact he's not gay, but he's not. He is sussy. He's a little sussy with the bros. Might be bisexual. I don't know, but it's not. It's neither here nor there. His career in politics is done. It's not even worth talking about anymore. I mean, he'll still probably like show up to events and things like that, but all right. McCormick is still at 31.8, so he's falling. He's falling. All right, what can I say? Okay, super chats. We have more super chats. Eric the Red says a lot of people around where I'm from in South Pennsylvania only know Oz through Oprah and don't trust or like him for that reason. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Like, they say, oh, he's like was friendly with Oprah. I mean, so was Trump, by the way. Trump wanted to make Oprah his VP in like 2000, but no, Oz is more recently friendly with Oprah, which is sus. Manny says, according to Hannity, Oz leads the late vote. Well, Hannity's a shill for Oz, but he's probably right there from what we've seen. Jay Shug says, wave your rep magic wand and make Kathy Barnett. I don't think I have the magic wand. The votes are already cast. Like, that's the thing. And Oz is probably going to pull this thing off. Okay, there's the map. So McCormick still is winning a lot of these counties, but those are a lot of early vote counties. Like, they haven't reported election day votes. Some of the counties are going to go for Barnett. A lot of the counties are going to go for Oz at this point, from what we can tell. Like, Lebanon is coming for Oz. Cambria, Lackawanna, big for Oz. York, not really that much. Montgomery is still coming in for Barnett, but that's 29% of the vote. A lot can change. But, like, you have all these counties that are like Clarion's 89% in and McCormick is leading. Like, you hate to see that. Like, I don't understand why these people in these counties are voting for McCormick. He's garbage. He's a train wreck. Like, I know Oz is bad, but McCormick is like a guaranteed loss. Lumber Tycoon 7 says Oz lost 3K votes randomly just before he went from 99 to 96K. Well, either way, he's at 111K, so I didn't see that. Marshall Forward says, what do you think of Hannity running cover for Oz? I think they're probably friends. Like, the media business is the media business. Like, a lot of these people are friends, and they've been friends for a while. So it's not really surprising. I don't like Sean Hannity. I like Tucker. Hannity is like just I'm going to go along with whatever the current thing is within the GOP and support that. And not even like the good things that have been happening in like conservatism lately. Like, he's just boomer. He's the boomer con. The boomer host. And not in a good way either. Go Phillies 345 says, is Agent Poso going to endorse Fetterman if Oz wins the primary? Well, Poso, if he does that, I think he might be a Fed, honestly. Well, a lot of people have said Poso could be like a Fed because he was like in the CIA or something. I don't know. But like, either way, it's a little weird. I understand being against Oz. I'm not supportive of Oz, but like, this guy said he'd take McCormick over Oz. And like that, I can't get behind that at all. So, because I actually know who McCormick is. And for somebody like who claims to be like a China hawk like Poso does, like, why is he friendly towards McCormick, who is somebody who said whatever is best for China is best for the U.S.? Like, I'm not even the biggest China hawk. I understand that they're not our friend and everything like that. I don't support them, but like, seriously. Naval intelligence, there you go. Modern Josephus says, I see there's ballot issues in several counties. Well, will they impact the results is the real question. I don't know. But Oz is still gaining. I'm pretty sure Oz has got this at this point. But no, apparently he's down to 69. That's not good. That is not good. Not good at all. Yeah, now he fell back a little bit. What is going on? Oh, man. Okay, nothing's changing. So we'll go back to North Carolina. Did they project? No, they didn't project Edwards, but he's probably going to win this thing. Like, I can't see Cawthorn making that up in the next 10%. He would have to win those votes by like 70-30 or like 60-40 to pull it off, and he hasn't been doing that yet. So okay, we're at 40% reporting. JT says MC destroyed his chances by picking too many bad fights and getting divorced. Conservative Christians would not have supported him after that. I mean, this is Trump country, and Trump is not perfect in that regard either. So, I don't know. I guess he's not, Cawthorn is not a cultural icon like Trump, though, so people are going to care a little bit more about it, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know. He, in terms of the bad fights, like, he's just been very meh, but he said, like, a very few amount of solid things, and then all the dirt drops come out on him, and it's like, oh, okay. Great MAGA King says, I fear McCormick might win. I don't think he will. Like, I still think Oz has got this. There's just so many votes that haven't come in yet that are going to favor Oz. Unless McCormick kills it on the election day vote. But even then, like, he's going to fall in some of those counties, and he's going to fall enough to lose. And I think Oz is going to do better in the Philly suburbs than he is in, like, the more established Ontario and Allegheny ones. Because Oz is more of a native to that area, comparatively speaking. But there's 40% reporting. It's a 9,000 vote difference. And you're going to have probably 600,000 votes left that haven't exactly been counted. And those votes are going to come in less for McCormick than the current votes have come in for McCormick. So that's where we're at. Yeah, see, Edwards' lead went up over Cawthorn. And there's only 8% left. I mean, it's over. We already called it. But this race is just frustrating because We're still sitting here, and McCormick has not left that 32% threshold. And then you look at this race, and you see, Mastriano, he's at 42%. I wonder if it wasn't for Trump's Truth Social posts and, getting picked up by the media that he slammed Barnett to the point where I wonder if that impacted her chances as well. But if those voters went to McCormick, well, that kind of doomed Oz in the process. But yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. But I still think Oz is going to pull it off. Like I said, not an Oz fan, but this is who you're dealing with. You have Oz and you have McCormick. Which of those two do you pick? It has to be Oz. McCormick is just an open neocon, wants to increase immigration, not even just keep the current level. He wants to increase it by, 500,000 a year? He's a globalist. He's an open neocon, supported pretty much every war. He's very socially liberal. He supported BLM. A lot of people have been trashing Barnett for some out of context stuff. He's been vehemently on the BLM train back in 2020. Not only that, this guy was trashing Trump in 2021 for very non-consequential things. He was playing into the insurrection narrative, which is ironic because you compare that to Mastriano and the governor's ticket. So this is something we'll have to see. It's interesting to see that we saw the predicted rise in the governorship primary. We saw Mastriano start killing it. He's at 42. He might even finish close to 50. But then we look at the Senate primary, and McCormick is still sitting pretty at 32. It's Oz and Barnett have increased because some other candidates have dropped their support down, but it is what it is. Dean Hell says, I swear to God, if you Barnett losers give Mick a W. Are they the ones that necessarily would have supported Oz at all, though? That's the real question. A lot of Barnett's support came from other people, like the undecideds, like Carla Sands, like Bartos. Would they have even turned out? Maybe for Dr. Oz, I don't know. But I don't know if I could say that those supporters would have inherently given McCormick the win, because McCormick is at 32, and even in the polls that had Barnett at 27, there was no way that McCormick was going to get anywhere close to 32%. I still think he loses. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying. San Fidesti says Mick doesn't deserve to win. TSA check plus sussy / MC doesn't deserve to win. TSA check plus sussy plus cross-dressing, and he still won't name names on the parties he was invited to. Either a liar or a coward. Even if he says Zelensky is bad, he's not worth it. I understand that. It's just more about the establishment getting their way than anything else. Personally, do I care that much about Madison Cawthorn? No, not really. But it's why he lost. It's the neocons got their way, which is not a good thing. It's just one seat. In the grand scheme of things, it's not going to matter. And Cawthorn's done a lot of cringe things too that I'm not going to let him off the hook for. But it is whatever. Okay, now Oz is gaining slowly. Okay. So where did those votes come in from? That's the real question. Decision Desk is tweaking again. But let's check predict it. Oh no, they have Oz at 50 and McCormick. Oh, okay. That is not good. They have McCormick at 50 and Oz at 50. Okay. This is a brace for impact moment, but there's a lot of votes that are remaining. I don't know how you could have McCormick at 50. Honestly, I'd suggest buying the dip with Oz, if anything. But 45% is reporting, and McCormick is at 32 still. That's sounding the alarm pretty much there, but a lot of these counties are filling in for McCormick in the rural areas, which that's the question, and nobody saw this coming. You look at some of these counties, and how they're pouring in, and you see the fact that on this map here, the reddish or the light, the little bit off reddish, whatever, the pastel red that's coming in, that's David McCormick. The purplish red is Oz. The orangish red is Barnett. Now, McCormick is taking these rural counties. Now, a lot of them are early vote. Like this county's, well, that's 92% in. That's 70% in. Okay, some of these are early vote. But in a lot of these counties, McCormick is just doing way too well. Dean Howell says, yes, the percentage narrows, but consistent 8K lead for McCormick. Like I said, it's still early. We don't have a lot of votes in from the Philly suburbs. Those could put Oz over the top. But I'm very concerned with these rural boomers, these same people that came out heavily for Greg Abbott, even compared to like the suburbs. Rubik's Cube says, F in chat for the Detroit Pistons. I haven't even followed the draft lottery, whatever. I even forgot it was going on because this has been the talk of the night. But Justin Heron says the primary is just very stupid. McCormick could pull it off, in my opinion, because he just keeps staying ahead a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it kind of reminds me of New Jersey because I was like, okay, the early vote is like neck and neck, but I mean, there's no way that Jack is going to make it that close. And he made it that close. He only lost by 3. So all right, let's see. Again, when this is your field, this stuff happens. Like, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of blame to go around here, but if this is the field that you choose, this is what you're going to end up with. I don't entirely make the rules here, but okay, let's actually make sure. I'm trying to kind of keep up with the light with the green screen because I know like it was light out when I started, and okay, let's see. I might actually turn the light off here because it's kind of affecting the green screen a little bit. Try to make sure it's not as can be as least blurry as it possibly can. I think we'll leave it there. All right, that should, well, maybe not. We'll have to see. Volatile says, if Trump endorsed Barnett, do you believe she'd be winning? I don't know. Like that kind of like her surge came after the Trump endorsement, so that surge probably would have came anyways. Like I don't know. Let's see. Sam Madsen says many of these rural voters used to be Democrats precisely because they oppose the economics McCormick supports. Now they're voting for him. Yeah, that's a good question. The Great Mega King says scared about the Senate race. Scared. I'm a little scared too, but we'll have to see. I still think Oz is the favorite. Go Phillies 345 says I don't want Shapiro as Pennsylvania governor, man. Give me some hopium that Doug Mastriano can win. He's got a very loyal support base across the state. And he's not as unelectable as some people make him out to be. And it's going to be, what, a R+8 red wave? And Pennsylvania votes to the right of the country by a couple of points, usually. You seriously think he'll underperform that 10 points because he shares some of the same controversial views that the media is going to slam Trump for? Like, I don't buy the electabro argument at all. Tommy Robinson says Oz is not guaranteed to be much better than McCormick anyways. He may fall in line. He may stab us in the back, not losing sleep if McCormick wins. Well, it's not exactly the real question here. Like we understand like that Oz could suck, but at the end of the day McCormick is an absolute train wreck. He is an absolute disaster, and you can't even explain a lot of his newfound stances because he's just an establishment guy. He'll say one thing, then he'll go in there, he'll get to DC, and he'll stab you in the back. Like, that's the kind of guy he is. That's what he does. That's how politicians like him operate. So, like I said, I told you so. I told you so. What can I say? 5,000 live viewers. Like the stream. Make sure you guys like the stream down below. Subscribe. Smash the subscribe button if you haven't already. And hit the bell so you don't miss the videos or streams in your feed. Jeremy G. CNN just projected Doug just now. Not surprised. Ryan Baer for 10 says the issue is Pennsylvania Repubs are still the sit down and be quiet Repubs. No one talks on social media, and it left those unknowingly to support McCormick because he was unknown. Well, Mastriano had the pull with the base. He won. Oz didn't have that. Like, that's the thing. Oz didn't have that pull because of his past stances. And we understand what those are. And as a result, a lot of people went for McCormick probably because they said, oh, he's just a run-of-the-mill guy, when they didn't actually examine the entire race, examine all the candidates in the race, examine McCormick's record, because a lot of these people, McCormick's an unknown because they're not on this side of the internet all the time. And now McCormick's up to 32.1. And that's a mess. Let's refresh. Okay, they say now Oz is at 67 for some reason. A lot of people bought the dip. And let's see, the Philly suburbs, that's something I want to check because there's so much we don't know in some of these larger counties. Like Allegheny's 51% in. McCormick, obviously, I always thought he would win there. He's from there. It is establishmentarian compared to the counties surrounding it. Now, Luzerne is 72% in. Oz is up. Lackawanna, 100% in. Oz won it. The counties that are almost all the way in are like a toss-up pretty much between Oz and McCormick. Now, Dauphin County, that's a big one, 13% in. That could come out big for Oz. I could see Oz winning that county. Pike County's coming out for Oz. Again, I think that's an Obama 08 county that flipped for Trump. Could be wrong. There's some other counties here that have not yet reported a lot of their votes. Greene County is 52% in. If Oz pulls that off, that would be a win. Northampton, the early votes broke for McCormick, but it's in a Oz region. They might come out for Oz at the end. Erie's a toss-up. Where are the big name counties here? Philadelphia is coming in big for Oz, but Philadelphia is not that consequential in a GOP primary because it's just the city. Center County is McCormick. He already won it. That was anticipated. College town, very establishment. York. Burke Bucks is another question because there's 18% in. He's up in Bucks by 8, but a lot of that is early vote. Oz is going to surge in Bucks. There's other counties here. Where's Chester? Do we have anything out of Chester? I don't see Chester. Okay, Chester, 14%. That might go for McCormick. That's like Romney territory, Chester County. Like, those are the Clinton-Toomey voters. McCormick might even pull that off, but I don't know. This is going to come down to the wire. Now, let's check the county map for the governor's races. I want to see this. Okay, it's not even showing the map. Okay, okay. Now, White, I think, is winning Delco. McSwain is winning some of the Philly suburbs in the early vote, but Mastriano is killing it in the rest of the state. Barletta's got northeastern Pennsylvania so far. He's from there. He campaigned a lot there. But if you look at the size of lead, it's not entirely as big in a lot of these counties other than Luzerne. And in terms of votes left is the big question. A lot of votes left in the Philly suburbs. Election day votes, a lot of them will break for Mastriano. Maybe not as much as the election day votes in the rest of the state, but still. Mastriano took that primary easily. I think Trump, if he would have endorsed Barletta, I think Barletta would have won it too. But all the eyes are on the Senate race. 53% of the votes are in. Dave McCormick is still holding his own, which is a bruh moment. It is not good. Democrats are 53% in there. They have more votes total reported, which is weird. Not entirely sure why that is. But votes left. A lot of votes are left in eastern Pennsylvania. Now, that's the good sign because McCormick tends to be doing better in western Pennsylvania, doing a little bit too good in the T. But eastern Pennsylvania is not McCormick territory. And politicians that are from eastern Pennsylvania tend to do better in eastern Pennsylvania in primaries. The same thing goes for western Pennsylvania. I know it's a dumb observation to make, but it's true. So, and in this case, it very may well be true given who's winning which part of the state so far and where the votes are in that have yet to be reported. So I think Oz still is the favorite. He jumped up in the recent vote dump. He's now behind by just 1.8%, 10,000 votes. You've got 500,000 votes outstanding that have not been reported yet. But the betting odds have it neck and neck. And this could get ugly if things don't change. So everyone's saying the Amish will go to Oz in chat, which doesn't make sense because they don't have TV. How do they even know who Dr. Oz is? Like, I don't know who that is. They're probably going to vote for McCormick because he's got like an Irish-sounding name or whatever. Like, that's how these people operate, if they even vote at all. Like, as ideological as we decide to make things, like, we actually have to get people involved because this is how we make change. Doesn't matter how base the candidate you put up is. Doesn't even matter if he gets the Trump endorsement in a lot of cases. Like, a lot of these people are beyond saving when it comes to reach, and they don't understand politics as much as they do. And maybe some of these like rural McCormick voters that actually think that they're doing the right thing by voting for McCormick probably just shouldn't vote in primaries at all if they want to save this party. And I'm not even letting Oz off the hook because I'm not. Christopher Laurie says, I know I'm beating a dead horse, but conservative media had McCormick on and never challenged him on where he stood because they shill for him. They're not going to challenge him. Of course they're not. Gerald Armstrong says Philly may be inconsequential, but it's still funny to see Mastriano winning it. I think that Mastriano probably is going to do very well with Hispanics in the Republican primary because you have like a lot of white working class voters and Hispanics. Like, that's your coalition in Philadelphia for the GOP primary. And Mastriano's kind of got a Hispanic sounding name, and you have the fact that the white working class, the Trump base in Philadelphia that does exist in like northeastern Philadelphia, Fishtown, wherever it may be, those voters are going to come out heavily in support of the Trump endorsed candidate. Sam Madsen said, I like the McCormick Ellen Fayette County despite it being in his part of the state-based ancestral Dems. Yeah, it's not all bad. It's not all bad. We'll get there. 5,000 live viewers. Like the stream up. I think we've hit, how many likes have we hit on this? 3,000 likes. Wow, you guys are great. It's been a great stream so far. 45,000 people have stopped by. So we do appreciate the attendance. And like I said, if you're new, make sure you subscribe. We do a lot of electoral analysis, political analysis as well on this channel. So let's see. And we'll be live next week, too, for Georgia. We'll be live every single week. There's high-profile primaries. I'm going to be here. So stay tuned. Okay, see, there you go. Now it's down to 1.4%. So already, the lead gap has narrowed. There's 41% remaining, and now he's just 8,000 votes away. Now, I don't know where those votes came in from. From the looks of it, they actually came from Allegheny. And McCormick's lead there diminished. So that's good. You love to see it because that's going to be one of his biggest counties that he needs to drive home the margin in. Adam No Life for 1801 says McCormick better than Oz. Jack Poso proved it. I wanted Barnett. Jack Poso didn't prove it. I've seen everything he said. He has shown nothing negative about any other candidate, and he said only negative things about Oz, which are valid. I'm not saying they're not. I've retweeted him a couple times when he was trashing Oz because he trashed Oz validly sometimes. But like I said, McCormick is worse when it comes to every issue. What do you have to say badly about Oz? WEF, trans, this, that, and the other thing. Look into McCormick's record. It's worse on every issue. At least Oz, you could explain, he was just doing what he had to do to have a platform in Hollywood. Because, yeah, if you are based in Hollywood, you'll be banned from everything. You'll be blacklisted. There's a reason why Trump got his show canceled, which I think may have happened around the time he launched his campaign. There's a reason why James Woods doesn't get cast in movies anymore. Like, you can explain it. It is a cope to an extent, don't get me wrong, but you can sort of explain it. There's a lot of red flags with Oz. But Catholics Unfiltered, thanks for the super chat. White Kanye. We got White Kanye in chat. Lancaster's going for Barnett, so Amish went for her. I mean, I don't know what percentage of the voters in that county are Amish. I assume you pretty much got the accuracy down to where they are, but yeah, I mean, probably. But let me check the betting odds, because I bet Oz jumped up after that surge. Yeah, he's at 65%, 65 cents, and Barnett's probably at like 1 cent. Yeah, see, they even have like like Donald Trump Jr., who never ran. If anything, he'll run for senator of Montana in 2024, which might happen. But because I think he lives in both. But like they have candidates that never ran still in the thing. OG Steven 2001 says, does Oz still have enough votes, or is the Rhino going to win? It's going to be close, man, I tell you. But I think Oz is going to pull it off still because of the votes that are remaining. And as the more votes come in from Election Day, he'll do a little bit better in these places. Gerald Armstrong says there's Amish in Eastern Center and Clinton County as well. All right, let's check Clinton County just for fun. McCormick won that, but Barnett did get in second place. Center County, I don't even have to check that because a lot of Center County is not Amish, even though there might be some Amish living there. How many votes are we going to see in the county of Philadelphia is the real question. Like, how many votes do we have so far? Apparently, we have 9,000 or 11,000 votes. So we'll see 10,000 more votes. Oz is probably going to gain a couple grand there. I don't know, Montgomery is barely in and Barnett has the lead. I don't think that's going to hold. Like, I know Barnett and Lancaster, that's like her district area. That would kind of make sense why she'd be doing well there. But Stefan Godillo says, how will the conflict in Ukraine affect us? We still have too many Republicans that are pro-war establishment types. We need America first, no more war. Yeah, and if you looked at the other day, Biden sending troops back to Somalia. Yeah, he's sending troops to Somalia. We have record border crossings at our southern border, illegal border crossings, and we have record inflation. He's more concerned about what's going on in Somalia. America first is the winning message for the midterms. It is. That's going to win. And anybody who shies away from it is going to underperform at this point. It's true, especially when it comes to the Senate. I'm worried about David McCormick because of his trade policies. At least Oz can position himself as an economic nationalist on trade. Now, the WEF ties raise a red flag regarding what his true intentions are. I haven't fully looked into what extent he was involved. I assume he was not involved nearly as much as David McCormick was involved. And these are valid critiques, and they need to be examined. Okay, now it's 1.3%. There's 36% remaining. Where the votes are remaining are mostly in Philadelphia. And if the votes come in the way that we've seen them come in so far in the Philly suburbs, Oz is likely to pull this thing out. From what I can tell, it's going to be close. It's going to be a nail biter. It's going to be too close for comfort. But I'm pretty sure that Oz is going to pull this thing off. If I had to bet, I'd bet on Oz. I would. So we still got 5,000 live viewers. For those that are just tuning in, make sure you like the stream, subscribe, but also Madison Cawthorn lost his seat. Ted Budd had a resounding victory, and David McCormick is surprisingly neck and neck with Dr. Oz, but Dr. Oz is just 7,700 votes away. He's gaining on him. This is interesting. I think Oz is probably the most likely candidate to win in general, honestly, based off of his appeal and the fact that he's still going to do well with Trump voters in a general. But McCormick, I think, would lose. But Spartan Speedrun says Pennsylvania likely red if McCormick wins at least still. No, I'd say lean. I'd say it's lean, maybe even tilt. Maybe even tilt, which is, it speaks volumes. It does. But, all right, let's check the betting odds. Oz is at 68. So, again, that's a good thing. And betting odds move quickly. I mean, Kathy Barnett was actually leading the betting odds for a split second, like when the polls were 10% in. And we just didn't know how these results would go. But I don't understand how somebody gets out there and votes for McCormick and votes for Mastriano, because there's a lot of voters that did, and it doesn't make sense. A lot of Oz supporters also supported Barletta in terms of the county map, which is so weird. Stefan Gadillo says, do you think anti-war candidates can take out Crenshaw types or Mitch types? Or will the label of Russian puppet be too much to overcome? I don't think the Russian puppet label matters. It's all about money. Like, do they have the resources? You could run somebody who's really good on the issues against Dan Crenshaw. Doesn't mean they're going to beat him in a primary. They might get 30% because people don't like Crenshaw, but that doesn't mean, like, you have to actually have a footing in this, which is why we need great candidates running for local office, state offices, take over the parties, and then go from there. And you can get a lot more done at the state level than you can get at the federal level in many cases, and it's easier to get it done. Everybody wants to sit back here and like shoot for the moon, and it doesn't necessarily always work out that way in the end when it comes down to, are you able to have a chance? But if you march your way through the institutions, you're going to be able to have a chance. Gerald Armstrong says, would a McCormick win be bad for Mastriano? Not necessarily. I don't think so. In fact, I think that both of them would just like carry each other to the finish line. Mr. Clean says, learn from Cawthorn, go sus, go bust. DJ Aftershock says, Mastriano winning Montgomery as of the super. And Dr. Oz is gaining some too, which, again, where's that coming from is the real question. Okay. For some reason, Decision Desk froze again. Imagine my shock. But yeah, it's down to a 1.1% game. So this, again, this thing's going to go either way. And I think Oz is definitely the favorite. Let's refresh the betting odds. What is it? 71 for Oz. I told people to buy the dip and I was vindicated. So I will say that. But I don't know. I haven't checked the Twitter. Neocons are probably celebrating about the McCormick stuff. Early celebrations, obviously. Unsurprisingly, too. But, yeah, everybody's talking about Madison Cawthorn on Twitter from what I can see. But all right, let's see. I think we missed a super chat. White Kanye says rural voters didn't like Oz because of guns. Well, that's another thing. Like, these are red flags. Now, where does McCormick stand on gun control? He'd probably vote for red flag laws instantly. Like, I know how these people operate. But we got to keep Oz in line. We have to do it. You can't just be complacent with this guy winning. I don't trust him at all. I don't trust anybody in this race, quite frankly, 100%. But okay, Oz just won another county that came in. It filled in for Oz in the T. I don't know which one that is, Somerset or Bedford. I think Bedford is where the what's that place called? What is it? Breezewood. That's the Breezewood County. Okay, now it's down to one. It's still 1.2. Miku Huntu says Cawthorn just needs to stand up and snatch victory. Oh, man. Yeah, again, that was weird. Like, every single time he would tweet, like, he had to be self-aware. He would always say, I'm going to take a stand. I'm taking a stand. And it's like, this is not the best look. He actually can't stand. Like, he's just asking for it. Like, I don't even feel bad about it because he's, like, asking for it at that point. He's always talking about standing up. He can't really stand. But Great Mega King says, I think the boomers didn't like Oz because he's a carpet. Well, I mean, McCormick's a carpetbagger. He spends most of his time in Connecticut. I think it's just the lack of education surrounding the primaries because you wouldn't expect McCormick to do well in the T. You would expect that to be Oz territory. Maybe even Barnett territory. And Mastriano in the governor's race. Okay, yeah, he's winning Montgomery now. Dave White's still winning Delco. But there's a lot of votes left in the Philly suburbs, which is probably what's going to carry Oz over the finish line, assuming Oz does take this. The county east of Pittsburgh, there's more votes to come in too. Gerald Armstrong says, who's more cringe, Cawthorn or Crenshaw? Cawthorn's personality can be more cringe sometimes, but Crenshaw's by far worse on policy, not even close. So, yeah, the betting odds are bouncing around. Okay, Oz went down 0.1. Barnett gained 0.1. Oz is still at 30.9. So it looks like I was wrong about the first 1 to 30 winning. It looks like the first 1 to 32 is going to take this thing. But it's like, I don't know. 5,000 live viewers. Like the stream. Subscribe if you haven't. I will say that. But this is going down the wire. More votes are pouring in as we speak. We're 2/3 of the way reporting. I mean, we're 45 minutes away from the polls closing in Oregon and Idaho. Now, McGeehan is not expected to pull off the upset, but if she does, that would be pretty epic. But it's hard to beat an incumbent. But she does have Trump's endorsement. But Trump's endorsement matters more in the Rust Belt, Appalachia, compared to the ancestrally Republican Great Plains and Mountain West. I think the Nebraska primary can kind of prove that to an extent. It's been 8,000 votes all night long. I think polls closed in one county in Idaho, but like there's not going to be any results in for a while. So all right. Yeah. So we're at, okay, Oz flipped some counties in northwest Pennsylvania, it looks like. Like he's winning in Erie, which is good. Are there any votes? There are some votes left in the Oz counties, which is good to see. And McCormick's lead in the county where there's a lot of votes left that he's winning in is small, so you could hope that those are election day videos. Videos. Votes, not videos. Subscribe to the channel so you could, get the videos of mine in your feed. That's what I was about to say. But, let's see, 63 cents. So, here's the county map. McCormick is in blue. Oz is in red. Barnett's in yellow. Tommy Robinson says, will this cause Trump to rethink his endorsements? Probably not. I mean, I don't think McCormick is going to win this thing, though. I still think Oz is going to pull it off. The math is there for him to do so. The betting odds are not like overwhelmingly shifting to McCormick. I think that it's probably 70-30 Oz wins it still, which is what I said initially, except it was Oz over Barnett instead of Oz over McCormick. I think the McCormick surge is something unlike we anticipated. But there's just a lot of votes left in the Philly suburbs that are probably going to come out for Oz. And if Oz does that, then you're going to see a lot of celebrations at Oz headquarters. So, yep. More votes are pouring in as we speak. It's been this way. It's been this way all night. But the view count keeps going up. We're at 5,300. This thing is heating up. This is crunch time. So make sure you guys subscribe. If you can't, you can't actually use the live chat unless you do sub. So McCormick is still at 32.1. But like I said, it's been 8,000 votes all night long. It's been 8,000 votes for so long. Ever since there was like 20% reporting, it was 8,000 votes. Now Oz has gained since then, but he's still 1.2% away from winning. And I wonder if it was Oz's. I know it's not even a question of if I wonder. It was Oz's past views on things that doomed him. That's what pushed people into Barnett and pushed people who don't follow politics into McCormick's hands. More so than even like Trump's endorsement of him. Jose Morales says, is this channel based? Yes, it is very based. This channel is based. A lot of great people agree. Okay, Decision Desk actually has Oz within 1%. More votes have poured in. And now Oz, I believe, is, I don't know, he's winning some counties. Was he already up in Berks? Yeah, he was already up in Berks. Very narrow lead in Berks, but a lot of voters there are left that have not been counted. Ya Boyce has just joined live. What are your thoughts on Cawthorn losing? This is what happens when you're sussy with the bros. I mean, it just is what it is. Now, he exposed the elites, and we commend him for that, but, I mean, he did a lot of things that, I mean, he didn't have to have that dirt on him. Like, yeah, it was exposed for reasons that were basically Cawthorn being good on the issues, but at the same time, that dirt did not need to be exposed because it didn't need to exist in the first place. So it just is what it is. But now it's down here where there's 700,000 votes counted, which is more, and it's a 0.9% game. So that should tell you something. Mastriano is about to crack 44% over Barletta. Cawthorn does not get a runoff, by the way. He does not get a runoff. He would have if they both got under 30. But since he got over 30, the other guy got over 30, and the other guy got more votes than Cawthorn, Cawthorn does not go to a runoff. It is over. It is game over before it starts. So do with that information what you will. Yeah, Decision Desk's ahead. Yeah, it has him within like 6,000 votes now. Or he's closing in on 6,000, which is good. We love to see it. See if Decision Desk is updating. It's about, not Decision Desk, predicted. It's about the same. But we've been streaming for 3 hours. Jordan B says, I just tuned in and cracked open an ice-cold Pacifico and a plate of Baja fish tacos. Ready to watch the results come in. Red Wave. Thanks for the super chat, and thanks for tuning in, by the way. Got a lot of people tonight. So votes left. This is what matters. It is Eastern Pennsylvania. A lot of those votes remaining that count are in Oz counties. A lot of the votes remaining in McCormick counties may not favor McCormick as much. So do keep that in mind. So we're waiting. Let's check this. Okay, Decision Desk updated again. Nothing changed for the most part. Decision Desk has it at 59% in, which again, they lag behind typically. New York Times has it at 66, but more votes have been counted on Decision Desk. Jack9298 says polls closed in southern Idaho. I mean, yeah, I know that, but like, have they actually reported any votes yet? I don't think so. I think they're going to wait until the rest of the polls close in the state, which is about in 37 minutes from now. But we're waiting for Oz to potentially pull ahead. Like, that's all it comes down to. Because there are a lot of votes remaining that favor him. I mean, he already gained according to Decision Desk. And there's a new dump there. He's at 61 on Decision Desk, and it is a 6,500 vote difference between the two. And that you could easily make that up. Now, I don't know where the results are fully coming out of. Let's check the counties. Bucks is only 15% in. Oz probably going to win that at the end of the day. Barnett's still up in Montgomery. A lot of votes there. Oz is probably going to pull ahead. or at least gain from there. There's a lot of votes left in Berks. Barnett's winning Berks, actually. Lancaster, Barnett's up there too, but I think Oz is still going to gain over McCormick and Berks. Some of these other counties here, Oz is up 35% in. York, there's probably, how many votes are left in York? We're looking at probably around 40,000 votes remaining there. Oz is going to gain out of there. So, like Allegheny, that's 76% in. McCormick is dropping in Allegheny. He is dropping in Westmoreland, which is arguably a bellwether. That's 35% in. A lot of votes remaining. So we're waiting. And now it's narrowed to 5,000. Look at that. Look at that difference. So now McCormick only holds a 0.75% lead over Oz. Westfield 90 says tonight shows the GOP will not have a red wave this November. They're too divided, too tribal in their own camp, and will sabotage themselves as always. No, that's just a dumb take. I'm just going to say it. And the reason why is because you see a lot of competitive primaries all across the board. You saw it in 2010 when there was a red wave. You saw it in 2018 on the Dem side when there was a blue wave. Like, Republicans are going to get out and vote at the end of the day regardless. I feel like the only people that wouldn't get out and vote will be like some of the Barnett supporters, but I feel like a lot of them will fall in line with whatever Trump wants anyways. Alex S. is curious if you can do side-by-side two-window view of the governor's versus Senate race in that box. I don't believe I can. Actually. I'd have to figure out how to do that for another stream. Dan the Man says, Amarillo, Texas checking in. I've been watching you since 2020. Appreciate it. Really do. But the 2020 election night stream was not very fun. But we've had some fun streams since then. 2021 was good. This has been a mixed bag, but I think if Oz pulls it off, I'll consider it a W. A net W. Nicholas Kerbeos says Cawthorn versus Edwards equals King versus Feenstra 2020. Yeah, King was framed. He was framed hard, man. But, yeah, I mean, Cawthorn is not as controversial as King. I mean, like, if they levy the same, like, attacks, like, oh, he's racist or whatever, they hit him with, like, a nonsensical label, it's probably going to bounce off easier than it would have King. But, like, yeah, I think it's just the GOP establishment did kind of rally behind both Feenstra and Edwards in both of these races, which is kind of why I would say that comparison could actually work. Brandon Fairbanks says if Trump endorsed Barnett, she'd be where Oz is now. Maybe. There's just too much we don't know. Like, Barnett's rise was, like, extremely correlative with the Trump endorsement of Oz, and she was, like, at 9%. So, like, she gained supporters, I believe, that were just never Oz and never McCormick. Like, that's the way I see it. But New York Times is very slow. They have not updated. Decision Desk is much faster, surprisingly, as of recent, which will update. Okay, now McCormick is gained, and Oz is falling, which is very suspect. Now, there's no reported votes on New York Times, so I don't know why that is. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know why New York Times is being lazy. It really ruins the vibe of the stream. It's like other networks are counting, New York Times is not. So New York Times is usually ahead of the curve. It's the one thing they're usually good at is election results. Same thing with CNN, by the way. They have better graphics than Fox, but everything else, they're garbage. That's why more people watch Red Eagle Politics for all their electoral needs. Many people are indeed saying this. So Oregon, have polls closed there on the Mountain Time Zone? I don't know. Apparently they don't seem to. But nothing out of Idaho either, even though there are a few polls that have closed in Idaho. The Kentucky finished counting. Apparently on the Republican side they did. Democrats in primaries typically get their numbers up in Kentucky because they still have a large Democratic ancestral Dem party membership there. But at the end of the day, a lot of those voters just vote Republican. But Kentucky did not used to be the red stronghold it was. I mean, like, Bill Clinton won the state twice, and you could say, well, that was because of Perot, but even so, he did very well there. I believe it was like within like 15 in 2008, and it just got redder ever since. Sam Madsen said a lot of Idaho's northern chimney is ancestrally Dem. For what it's worth, keep an eye on those counties. Yeah, I will. We'll monitor the situation. Julian Anderson says thoughts on Ken Paxton. I hope he wins. I know he's not perfect. I kind of wanted Gomert, but Paxton's going to pull it off, hopefully in the runoff. We don't need any more Bushes. John Waffle H2P says, if McCormick wins, vote third party. Rhinos are more dangerous. Thanks for the super chat. I know a lot of people are going to disagree with that, but McCormick is such a train wreck that he might actually see a large third party vote there, depending on who runs. Life O'Foley says, how does Mastriano do so well and Barnett not? I think it's just the Trump endorsement, honestly. Like, McCormick is only getting, what, like 32%? That's less than a third of the primary vote. Okay, Chester's 60% in. McCormick is still winning there. Delco is 18% in. Yeah, Philly's 82% in. Oz took Philly. Let's see. Taylor Reichman says, Pennsylvania Dems with more votes than Republicans. Why is that? I don't know. I really don't know. It might be part of the closed primary process. I'm not entirely sure. Do they even have a closed primary, or is it open? Isn't it? I think it's closed, actually, because they do party registration. White Kanye says, Virgin, Utah, Chad, Idaho. So true. Thanks for the super chat. Cloud 3054 says, I'm from Mississippi, Rep, and I know Mississippi is not as high, but what are your thoughts on the House Republican primaries in Mississippi? I'd like Guest to lose. He's very liberal, but I don't think he will. Last time he got like 80-something%. So, Filipino Patriot says, why Demrat has more voter counts than Republican? I kind of just covered that just now. Same thing with Kentucky. Okay, new vote dump out of New York Times, and apparently there's a sort of, they're counting different at different places. See, when they add the decision desk votes in there, it's going to be like a 1% game. Now they have it up to 78. This is, let's see. This is not, he's not hitting the target, apparently. Yeah, David McCormick is now at 65 cents in predicted. Oh, this is such a train wreck. This is an autopsy report in the making. The average voter in this state, I don't know. The utter state of democracy is what it is. Alex S. says McCormick equals globalist equals global communist state. Yuck, us folks from former commie countries know what to look for. Check Inside Russia YouTube channel. Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, this is not good. Not very thrilled with this, as we have 5,600 live viewers. Live viewership is increased here, but the wrong time. The Great Magga King says Oz done side. Well, we'll see. It's a 1-point game. Yeah, McCormick is now at 79 cents. 79. Westfield 90 says, can we conclude that Barnett gave the race to McCormick? This is why I say conservative self-sabotage, so a bigger rhino wins. Nice going, folks. I mean, I think that you can make a case for it. I do. If Barnett did not surge, would Oz have won? I don't know. Oz had a very, very low ceiling in this race. McCormick had a higher ceiling than I think we originally thought. That's the thing as well. Jackson Moore says, who do I support in Alabama's 5th? I'd have to look into that one. The Alabama's 5th primary that's coming up. I'm trying to see if that's the one I think that it is. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention. I don't recognize these names. I'll have to get back to you on that one. But thanks for the super chat. Anon 1556 says the entire primary is a whole disappointment ever since Parnell threw away his lead to shill for McCormick. Yeah, exactly. This sore, I don't even want to say sore loser, because he didn't lose. He dropped out. He endorsed McCormick, the worst person possible. Yes, worse than Dr. Oz, and Dr. Oz is not perfect, but McCormick? Seriously? It is not good. This is not good. And you talk and you look at the certain places that McCormick is doing well in, and they are the rural areas, the Trumpian part of the state. That's where he's doing best. Which, again, I think there's a lot of Trumpian parts of the state that Oz is winning in as well. I'm not trying to take away from that, and I still think Oz can win, depending on what happens. Predicted is not the be-all and end-all of everything. In fact, according to, well, these numbers are lagging behind for some reason, and they have Oz down by just 0.8. But it's still, look, 8,000 votes. It's been 8,000 votes all night. Where are the votes remaining is the real question, and how far in are some of these counties? Okay, Chester's 75% in. From the looks of it, let's see here. Berks is 95%. Barnett won Berks. Chester, let's see. Montgomery, Barnett is still leading in with 40%. Philadelphia still for Oz. Lackawanna still for Oz. Where is Delco, Delaware County? We got to check on Delaware. It's at 27. Oz still might, I think Oz might do well in Delaware County. It's basically New Jersey. Very suburban. I think his aesthetic works well there. Bucks is another thing. Bucks County, there's still a lot of votes left to be counted. 18% is reported in Bucks. Oz still can make up votes in Bucks County to win it. There's 20% left. But this is not exactly the night that I think a lot of people anticipated, because when McCormick sat there with 32%, we said, okay, this is his ceiling. And now he's stayed at 32 the whole night, and he's just not moving. He's just sat there. He won't move away. He's like Madison Cawthorn. He can't walk away from it. But what can I say? Like, Oz still, he could catch him. I agree. But okay, wait, now he's at 31.9. There's 20% remaining, and Oz needs 8,000, an 8,000 vote lead over McCormick of the remaining 100,000 votes or so, which means he needs to beat him by like 7 or 8 points in whatever is left, or 200,000. So he needs, okay, maybe you could reduce that to like 5%. He needs a 5% lead. Is the math there? It might be. It might be. But Matthew said, some of us who voted for Barnett were never going to vote for Oz or McCormick. IMO issue is many uninformed voters were duped into thinking McCormick was safe, and that's the problem. That's the way I see it. And it's just not good. So, like I said, Oz can still win. We'll check the betting odds now. McCormick, yeah, he's at 78 cents. And they fluctuate. They do. They're not the best predictor of everything. And Oz, like I said, he's not doing that well in a lot of the populated parts of the state besides northeastern Pennsylvania. And not only that, he's not winning the Trump counties. McCormick is winning them. So he better hope that the remaining Election Day vote in the Philadelphia suburbs is going to come out big for Dr. Oz, which could happen. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but he better hope that it does. Otherwise, David McCormick is going to be the next senator of Pennsylvania if he even beats John Fetterman, which I still think he'd be favored to. But it's unfortunate that that's going to be their guy. You downgraded from Toomey, which we didn't even think was possible to downgrade from Toomey. But that's what you get when you get Dave McCormick. Catholics Unfiltered says, I know it's early, but I'm in Michigan, and will you do a Michigan governor's primary video soon? I'm on the Soldano campaign and would love to hear your take. There's 10 candidates. Yeah, I'll do a video eventually on it. Adam No Lifer says DJT made a mistake with Osborne at 23% on her own. Well, McCormick is at 32% on his own, which is the problem here. New Jersey Transit fan says, let's hope Oz pulls ahead. I agree. Nick Hod 2000 said, please make a Mario shirt. I don't know what that refers to. Christopher Laurie says, this feels like 1912 election, splitting the vote. Wilson won, and then now McCormick. Both had terrible results. Yeah, well, just like Wilson is a terrible president, McCormick's going to be a terrible senator. So we'll see. Now it's down to 0.8%, so maybe there's a chance. You never know. Mr. Potato Man says, is it even worth voting in Cringefornia primaries and midterms? I mean, I know Newsom's going to win re-election, but only Republican I maybe see winning is OCDA. Yeah, you have to vote. You have to vote in California if you're there. You might get a House seat or two. You know, these things matter. You might think they don't matter, but they do. Scale says, I hope Oz pulls ahead. Bob Giorgio says, I'm too cynical to not believe it. The Biden ballot stuff, okay, can't say that, but I don't think that's the factor. If you want to play that game, I don't think you could say that's the factor. Or you look at the rural counties that are coming in, the election day vote is coming in for McCormick. This is a psyop in a three-way race where the globalists have somehow grifted their way into having a chance. That's what this is. And you look at this map and you see it. Like, yeah, Oz did well in eastern Pennsylvania. Maybe he'll take the Philly suburbs. Maybe he'll win Montgomery when all the votes are counted in Montgomery. There's 40% there. Barnett has an early lead. Is she going to hold that lead? I don't know. She's been holding steady, so you never know. But it's okay. Now he's at 32. He went back up. Joe Knoll says, thanks for the insights. Aloha. Assume you're Hawaiian or from Hawaii. So I'm assuming that, what is it, like 4? It's probably like 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. there. Marilyn Degatti83 says, did you think this is the end of our country? No, I don't think it's the end of our country. It's one Senate primary. But seriously, this is a mess. Like, McCormick is going to be one of the worst senators if he actually pulls this thing off. He's going to be one of the worst senators you possibly can have. Joseph Full says, recount aftermath. I don't even know if you're 8,000 votes away. Like, if it's like 1,000 votes, yes, it could make a difference, but I don't know. Bruh says Oz is less than 5,900 on Decision Desk. Well, Decision Desk they've counted about the same. I think they're counting different votes. And actually, no, Decision Desk has it, like, you look at Decision Desk and it's like 7,000, so I don't know how you're getting that number. But seriously, McCormick is the choice to nominate, not only if you want another Murkowski, but also if you want to lose to Fetterman. Now, is he going to lose to Fetterman? I don't think so. I think he'll still win. The red wave will carry him. He'll be carried begging and, kicking and screaming because of Doug Mastriano's grassroots support. So those are the voters that don't vote in primaries tend to matter. They do. Shout out to Andrew B. Oscar Bond says, this is one of the early votes after the South Carolina leak. Supreme Court leak. Does this adjust your mathematics of the midterm, specifically the governors? I'm in Florida. Should I worry about DeSantis? No. The polls are, the Republicans are doing better because of this. Roe v. Wade is not as popular as you think it is. The leftists will go insane. They'll have their childish, infantile meltdowns, and that's only going to make them look worse. Ryan Sexton says McCormick had Ted Cruz here all last week. Yeah, I don't think Ted Cruz is even that popular. He didn't sway anything in favor of Mandel. Nothing says, do you think the Oregon left-leaning independent could end up electing a Republican. A lot of people in Oregon think they'll split the vote. Well, Republicans are winning the polls in Oregon so far by a lot, which, again, I think those are early polls, a lot of undecideds, but still. Adam No Life versus Wish Barletta ran for Senate. I like his smile. Interesting comment there. Fortress America election says, good Lord, not McCormick. God help us. Thought I'd be basking in a Barnett victory. Now I'm begging Oz to win. Many such cases. I didn't think Barnett had a shot, though. I will say that. Like, I think she would have gotten second place at least. But now I'm wondering if she's in part leading McCormick to victory. Which, again, you can analyze that and you could say that might not entirely be the case. A lot of her voters were never Oz and never McCormick, but I don't know. I would have voted Oz over McCormick if I thought that this was what it was going to come down to. I would have advised people to not vote for Barnett if it meant McCormick winning. So Sam Madsen says, how much does McCormick underperform Doug in Fayette and Greene counties? Probably by a little bit. At least. I mean, you have to understand that I will concede this notion that Shapiro is a much better candidate than Fetterman. So it's kind of like asking, like, how much will Masters overperform Lake or underperform Lake? And it's like, I think Lake will overperform Masters or Brnovich or whoever they put up, because these are two different races. So I'd have to look at it at the time, compare the polls. Andrew B says McCormick's mug screams too much biker meth. Okay, thanks for the super chat. Not even sure what that means. But yeah, okay. Too much scrolling. I know. Now it's down to 0.7. So maybe there's a chance. 84% of the votes are in. Let's see. There's still a lot of votes left in the Philly suburbs. And Luzerne is all in. Bucks is... Okay, this is huge. Bucks is coming in big for Oz. Now, that's a good thing, because it's 53% of the vote is in Bucks. Bucks is a large county. It hasn't updated on Decision Desk either. And if Bucks is coming in for Oz, it might actually bail him out. Maybe. Which we'll check the betting odds now. And it has Oz at 30. Because that's huge. Bucks County is a big power player. Montgomery County as well. There's a lot of votes there. Maybe Barnett will fall back a little bit. She's in third place in Bucks with more votes in, so maybe she'll fall back in Montgomery. Maybe you'll see a better performance in Delco for Oz, which does kind of play to his strengths. I think there's a lot of Italians there. I mean, Oz, I don't think necessarily, he's not Italian, but I feel like those are the types of voters to back Oz. That's the vibe I get from Oz. I think he kind of has this Italian vibe. I know he's Turkish. It's ironic. The Armenian on stream is begging the Turk to win. the Turk, I was about to say neocon, but he's not really a neocon, but like the formerly socially liberal Turk to win. Yeah. That's how you know the GOP field is that messed up in Pennsylvania. But Comrie Aniamtian says, if McCormick wins, Trump is vindicated. He told us not to vote for Barnett because she spoiled the vote and she might spoil it. Honestly, could be true. But like, we're 12 minutes away. 12 minutes away from polls closing. So like I said, okay, now more votes are pouring in. So, again, Montgomery's at 40. Even Westmoreland is 40% left, and Oz is closing the gap in Westmoreland. Dauphin is neck and neck between Oz and McCormick, and there's 33% there. A lot of that is election day vote, probably going to lean towards Oz. You look at Delaware County, McCormick has a lead, but it's slim. A lot of votes remaining in Delaware County that probably are going to come out for Dr. Oz. So that's a good sign. It's still going to go down to the wire. Now, Oz is now at 32. So there's still, like I said, there's probably going to be around 140,000 votes left, and Oz needs to win them by like 5,900 to win. He can do it. There's one county that has not reported votes. It's small. It seems like it will likely go for McCormick by a little bit, probably not by much. It's a small county, but there are some votes left there. Allegheny is done. It's 100% in. Oz gained a little bit there at the end. Chester is 100% in. Oz only fell behind a few. That is Romney country. That is not necessarily your strongest, like, MAGA Republican type voter that lives there. Although it would be interesting to see what happened in the governorship in Chester, where Mastriano, the Christian nationalist, we love to see it. He's like unapologetically based. But Chester County went for McSwain. Which again, and White is still winning in Delco, but it's very early. I think Mastriano might actually pull ahead in it. But all like the neocons, the internet neocons, the elector bros, the establishment, they pander to Chester County because that's where their donors live. The Trump base represents the rest of the state for the most part. And now McCormick's lead is down to 0.5. Look at that, down to 0.5. So the gap is closing. It's a 4,300 vote lead. He needs to pull this off. There's 13% remaining. They actually increased the amount of votes, I think. Or was it at 86? I don't know. But either way. Okay, now it's 0.4. Look at that. Where did the votes come in from? I think they came in from Montgomery because Oz is closing the gap on Barnett and Montgomery. Bucks is still 53% in. Yeah, I think that Oz has the momentum right now. I mean, there is still some votes left that could benefit McCormick, but I don't think that they're going to be enough, especially if they are Election Day votes. Aaron Ratliff says, isn't Mastriano the Huffines of Pennsylvania? That's a good thing. Is that not a good thing? Like, I think a lot of people are sort of, like, I understand the Act 77 stuff, but he did write an op-ed where he explained it. And he's been a fighter ever since then. I don't think it's a concern that people should dwell on too much with Mastriano. It is a red flag, but I'd say it's more like a yellow flag than a red flag at this point because he did explain it. Bruss says Oz will win. Hope so. I do hope so. It's okay. Wait. Okay, nothing changed. Barnett actually gained because I think that Montgomery County came in. But it wasn't, she's falling behind a little bit compared to her early vote share in terms of the county percentage. But this is interesting. So counties here, a lot of you guys probably can't see it, but I could maybe try to make it bigger. But Chester's all in. We're still waiting on votes out of Lancaster too. Maybe Oz will gain some late in Lancaster. That is Barnett territory, but Oz is doing better there than McCormick. There's 12% remaining. We've hit 1 million votes total. Democrats have fallen behind that. So we'll see. Yep, now look, Oz is up in the betting odds. There you go. This is why you buy the dip. That's why you buy the dip, folks. But yep, now it's a 4,000 vote game, 12% remaining. It's going to be close, guys. It's going to be very close, but Oz, I think, is going to pull it off, and we better start memeing him if he does. I'm not memeing McCormick, even unironically. I'm not memeing him. Anybody who memes McCormick on my timeline is going to be insta-blocked if he wins. I'm sorry. Tommy Robinson says this wouldn't be close if Oz was a good candidate. True. I agree. But like I said, he has skeletons in his closet, but he is more malleable. Because he's more malleable, I think he has a chance. I will say that. And I usually can't say that about a lot of candidates, but Scott Schreffler says, explain to me how Oz is America first. I didn't say he was. He's more America first than McCormick. I will say that. But I think Oz can be pushed right. I think Oz can fall in line. I think he can be this blank slate. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but I'm saying he can be. I don't think that was a good enough argument for Oz. He was the weakest, or not the weakest, but he in terms of these three candidates, he was not the strongest. I stand by that. Shout out to BW for the super chat. Noah Bodie says Lancaster County still has 14,000 mail-in votes to count across both. Scanner issue. Don't blame me. I voted Oz. Yeah, but the Lancaster early votes, it didn't necessarily favor McCormick that much. I will say that. So we'll have to wait and see. There's still, how many votes are remaining in Lancaster? 25% of Lancaster. Nicholas Hoosman says automatic recounts happen when two candidates are between 0.5. I think that's going to, it might happen regardless. If Oz is ahead at the end, I think Oz stays up though. Recounts rarely change elections unless it's like within 2,000 votes. And even then it's rare. John Waffle H2P says, I personally think Barnett was the best. Barnett had the least amount of red flags. I will say that. Yeah, Oz is, again, the betting odds are bouncing around 55-50. But yeah, Fetty's at 60. That's expected. But McCormick, see, now the celebrations, they're starting to ease off of him a little bit. And it's pretty easy to see why. Thomas Kellogg Kraft says, I'm thinking Oz is going to win. Question, will Republicans flip the New York 19th? Could they win that special education? I mean, special election. Special education. If the candidate is special education, I don't think that would help Republicans who flip that district. But I think they could. The new maps look better. I will say that. And they're very malleable. But it's like they could like basically have it 50-50 in terms of the seat count in a red wave year. But the problem is if like 2026 is a blue wave year, then they'd be doomed. But I mean, we'll take the short-term gain. Jonathan Dow says McCormick lead down to 3,800. No, it's down to actually it's down to 3,600. Now it's down to 3,500. Okay, more votes are coming in. Let's see. Bucks is still at 53. What about Delco? Delco's still not all the way in. The Shark 128 says, didn't Club for Growth make ads for Barnett? I don't know. It could have been a local Club for Growth that did that. I thought Club for Growth endorsed McCormick. Club for Growth is, I mean, they endorse a couple, like, they endorse Masters, but they also hate Vance, which is weird. I will say that. Thomas Kellogg Kraft says, I was just half drinking when I wrote that. Many such cases. Yeah, 6,000 live viewers. Like the stream. Subscribe to the channel as well. Make sure you subscribe. We are at 123.2K, which is epic. So I don't know. 150K by election day. I don't want to make it outlandish, like an outlandish goal, but if we could get closer to that, that would be epic. So appreciate everybody for subbing. Let's see. Any other counties drop? Where are the votes remaining? Still all in, a lot of them in Delco. It's going to come down to Bucks and Delco for sure. I mean, this is razor thin. Let's check the betting odds. Yeah, Oz is at 67. Shout out to George Miller for the super sticker. Yeah, this is it's back up to 3,800, but it's at 87%, so it hasn't moved in terms of the percentage reporting, which is a good thing. So there are more votes to come. Hopefully they come in favor of Oz and not McCormick. But Spartan Speedrun say, Buck's going to take this home for us, dodge bullet. Don't count your chickens. Don't count the chickens before they hatch, folks. Don't do it. Don't do it. Randall O says, hard to trust election results anymore after a couple years ago. Like I said, we'll see what happens. I'm not going to discount anything. The good news is that the election integrity hawk won the governor's race, which you need these people to win in these swing states. John Waffle says, you're beating the Young Turks. I'm actually not surprised if I am, because, like, Who's tuning into their stream? They're just like, of course, Fetty, he's reasonable. He's a populist. He's gonna win. Like, actually, that's funny. Like, Cenk is he's Turkish, but I don't think he's rooting for Dr. Oz. He's like, Oz is actually an undercover Armenian. Okay, like that. That's probably what he's saying right now. Daniel Belfi, thanks for the super chat. Stefan Lake Kick says, based analysis, bro, are wizard memes allowed if Oz wins? Yeah, go for it, whatever. I think the Sultan memes are funnier, though. Okay, now it's within 2,300. What county reported? It wasn't Bucks. What was it? I don't even know what county just came in. Was it? I don't even know. But either way, Oz narrowed the gap there. Let's check the predict it. Okay, 62. That's probably going to narrow. Adam No Lifer says, if Barletta ran in a Senate primary, does he win or get the Trump endorsement? Oz is a snake. Trump wanted to be right. Didn't make America first endorsement. Well, he endorsed his friend. That's what he did, which is what it is, like I said. If Barletta ran and Oz didn't, I think Trump might have endorsed him, but I think Trump doesn't like people that lose, even if it's not their fault. Like, Barletta would easily beat Fetty, but he, like, couldn't beat Casey, so... BW says, hey, sis, Red Eagle's the only place we come to for elections. Salty Army is Legion. Thanks for the super chat. Anthony R. says, Mastriano will fix election problems. I hope so. Kato Airman 17 says, why is Chanky Boy a member emoji? It was an old meme with the channel. I have to update those. I don't know what we would put, but like it's kind of irrelevant now. He's irrelevant now. Since he got like 5% in that primary election, you only hear of like Cenk if he's having like some meltdown over some nonsensical thing. Like, I don't know. Alex S says, don't count chickens till chickens grow up in 2022. Thanks for the super chat. So, yeah, this is a nail biter. It's 2,300 votes away. 2,300 votes. So we're monitoring the situation. Montgomery still has a lot of votes that haven't come in yet. Bucks has a lot of votes. Delco or Dauphin is still at 67. So the circle on the screen is where the votes are left, for those of you who don't know. And Delaware County has a lot. Westmoreland has some. Allegheny, apparently, it says they have some. I don't know how much would be left there. But it has it at over 95%. So we'll have to see. We'll reload Decision Desk. But as of right now, Oz is at 62 cents, I believe. 62 cents. So we'll reload on Decision Desk. Yeah, it's 0.5 still on Decision Desk. Decision Desk hasn't counted as many votes. But it's pretty much a 2,300 vote difference. Dean Hell says, do Doug Oz or does McCormick complement each other better? The establishmentarian people will tell you McCormick. I think Oz is potentially a good fit. I think he really did run a good campaign in terms of his messaging. Whether you like him or not, or believe he's a grifter or not, you have to admit it. He had good ads. He's a media guy. He knows how to do that. Chris to the J says, have you looked into Dr. Candace Taylor in Georgia? More based than kept at Purdue. Problem is name recognition. Visited each county multiple times. Yeah, I probably would vote for her if I lived in Georgia in the first round, but she's not going to have much of a chance. The Great MAGA King says Trump should not endorse McCormick. He probably will. I mean, what is he going to do, endorse Fetterman? Like, McCormick's a backstabber. He should have, like, really campaigned hard against him. But what can I say? If he would have put out a message slamming McCormick the way he did Barnett for like electability, like it would have helped Oz more, in my opinion, if Trump really wanted to carry Oz across the finish line, which he still might do. But yeah, Lancaster's pretty much all the way in now. Maybe that's where the Barnett surge of 0.1% came from. But, okay, Idaho. Polls closed out of Idaho. There's just no results. Oregon, no results. So anything else out of North Carolina? Cawthorn lost. We know that. Ted Budd, easy dub for him. Big win. Love to see it. Sandy Smith probably going to win too. Bo Hines is likely going to pull it off as well. The Trump-endorsed candidates did well. Let's look. Yeah, let's actually look at the... Okay, so Carrie Luis Del Rosso, whoever that is going to be the lieutenant governor. Lisa Scheller is beating Kevin DeLicker barely in the what it looks to be the 7th district primary, which again, Scheller is not the best candidate, but it is still technically early. 8th district, Bognet won, which again, that was a Trump-endorsed candidate. Schaefer, Jeremy Schaefer, won in the 17th district as well. And I mean, was told Killmeyer is the better candidate, but is what it is. So let's see. Yeah, this is still razor thin. Let's see. Oscar Bond says, I hope you know you're appreciated despite the results. Respect for the military and what we do is not lost. I'm a disabled vet. I appreciate honesty. Thanks for the super chat. Oz just gained, by the way, if you guys are watching. Adam No Life for 1801 said, who did the McCormick voters pick for governor? I think that like the people that actually like McCormick's like policy or whatever probably voted for McSwain or Barletta. I think that those who like didn't look into it probably did vote for Mastriano. Not even kidding. All right, so it's down to 2,400 votes. So, oh, more votes just dropped. And Oz lost some, but it wasn't much. Maybe like a dozen votes in terms of like the vote margin needed. He's now down to 31.2. But it's still 2,300 votes apart. And the votes remaining are in places that likely will favor Oz, which I will say, even the votes left in this one county down here are supposed to come in for Oz. This county, there's a lot of votes left supposed to come in for Oz. We just need Delaware County to report and Bucks County to report, and then this thing might be over. It just depends how many votes are left. This is going to be a very close election margin for sure. But they're just being lazy. Yeah, see, there's 1,063,000 reported on Decision Desk, and there's 1,082,000 reported on New York Times. So New York Times is more up to date. Still nothing out of Idaho. The polls closed, but we have no results at all out of Idaho. So let's see full race results. We got to get the energy up because it is 10 o'clock. I've been doing this for 4 hours. I'll probably do it for an hour or two more. Brittany Watson said, we love you, Ready Go. Me and my bro only watch you in Florida. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. We still got 6,000 live viewers here. I mean, this chat is not slowing down. I mean, we love to see it. .91% reporting. Still 91% reporting. Okay, Chester. Yeah, Chester already was all in. Lancaster's all in. York still has votes left. Oz is winning in York so far. Might net a few hundred votes out of York. He'll net a couple thousand out of Bucks. Maybe net some. He'll maybe net some out of Franklin. Definitely, the percentages reporting changes as more data comes in for sure. So they're not set in stone. It's not. It doesn't necessarily indicate that there is shady business happening with reporting, but I understand why some people would think that. But this happens every time in every single county. Did it in Virginia, did it in every race. Not saying there's not anything, but you know the thing. Me Marino 1041 says, can't believe I'm saying this, but I hope Oz wins. I also hope Oz wins because we cannot afford McCormick in the Senate. We just can't. I'm going to check Oregon and Idaho once more. Okay, the mail-ins are in, because Oregon is mainly a mail state. Wyden obviously up big. Harvick is winning. Perkins, I don't think, is electable from what I've heard. I think Perkins is like a Q boomer. And I know the electability argument, like, it matters in Oregon. It doesn't matter as much in Pennsylvania. But in the Oregon state here, if you nominate like Perkins, if Perkins is indeed the Q boomer, then you're not going to win the election. So that's really what it comes down to. Shout out to Brandon Theodore. Mimarino 1041 says, did your Discord get nuked? Yeah, the new one's on the website. The link is on the website for members. And if you want to join the Discord, it's 16 cents a day on the website. So we do exclusive videos on the website for people who don't know. Also, you could buy the merch at shop.redeaglepolitics.com. Great merchandise. Helps out the channel. So just throwing that out there to the 6,000 live viewers. But the stream is not about me. I will say that. It's not about me. It's about Pennsylvania and Idaho and North Carolina and Oregon and I guess Kentucky. Mike Crapo is leading. He's only at 64%. He's anticipated to win because a lot of the challengers to him are no names, but he's a rhino. And Trump endorsed him, which wasn't out. So as long as if Crapo has held below 60% at the end of the day or around 60, I mean, hey, that's sort of good to see. Again, that's Boise coming in too. Brad Little's up, and a lot of that's coming in from Boise. But what do you know? McGeehan is endorsed by Trump. She's good on the issues. She gets it. But she is a long shot candidate. And it's surprising Trump endorsed her. He should have endorsed someone in Ohio. He should have. It's like the endorsements are coming from like a bunch of different places. You can't even analyze the endorsement game properly. There's just so much contradictions there. A lot of people in his ear. They got this one right, but why didn't he go to a rally for McGeehan? He did a rally for Herbster. Herbster lost. He did a rally for McGeehan. Maybe she would have gotten closer or even pulled it off. Who knows? Titan Maximum 2 says Deliker is a strong conservative. For the Pennsylvania race? Was he the guy who? Oh yeah, I know he's the better option against Lisa Scheller. She's kind of meh. Illinois Patriot Plug says Irvin for Illinois. Thanks for the super chat. But yeah, Mastriano 45.1. More votes came in. Oh, look at this. It's a 0.1% game. Oz is within 2,000. Where did the votes come from? I think they came from South Pennsylvania. Yeah, I think they did too. Okay, yeah, definitely came from South Pennsylvania. Philadelphia is 100% reported too. So this is a close race. It all comes down to these three counties. What's left in Montgomery? What's left in Delaware? What is left in Bucks? What's left in this county that Oz is winning in? But I could pull it up here. Franklin. I think. I believe it is. Yeah, Franklin. Which I think that actually Franklin might be more in on decision desk than it is. It says 24,000 votes. Doesn't tell me how many votes are in on New York Times because they got rid of the interactive map for some reason. But they haven't updated it as much as they've updated the New York Times, and this is razor thin. I don't think anybody thought this was going to happen. I don't think anybody thought McCormick was going to make it competitive, but it looks like Oz is still the favorite again. He's going to have to come from behind and win this thing. So we'll have to see. Oz is not perfect. He's very flawed, but McCormick, that's the guy who needs to lose this thing. For sure. Buck Hunter 431 says, do you think Jim Pillen will be a good governor? He might be a little better than, what's his face? Ricketts. But probably not by much. $6,200 viewers almost. You guys keep coming in here. We love to see it. You're coming at the right time, by the way. Like the stream, subscribe if you haven't yet. You can you could use the live chat if you subscribe, by the way. Let's see. Let's check on the sub count. 123.3K. Let's get to 123.5K tonight. Hit that subscribe button. Let's get there. But this is the crunch time. This is what it comes down to. Nothing's new out of Idaho. Olivia Williams says that Pennsylvania is truly a Trumpian state. How in 2018 did a D+9 national environment saw Barletta lose by 13 and Wolf win by 17 when it was to the left of D+9? Because they were able to play this fake moderate game and Republicans ran really weak candidates besides Barletta, and Barletta kind of like fell into the mud. Well, Casey is very popular, but Republicans ran horrible candidates against Wolf, and all these Democrats that won were fairly popular. If you look at the state, or like the House vote for the regular House vote for the state, it was not that far to the left. And also, Trump not being on the ballot hurt Republicans in these places, especially in these rural areas where turnout was lower among white working class voters. It's still a 2,000 vote game. That's the problem. We still need votes out of 3 counties. 4 technically according to this, but there's 3 counties that have a decent amount of votes in that we just don't know where they're going. And if those come in and they favor Oz, then we could say that Oz is probably going to pull this thing off. If not, it's going to be a narrow McCormick victory. Let's see. Okay, so nothing new yet. We're waiting for the vote dump. But yeah, it is within 2,000 votes. And there's probably like less than 100,000 votes remaining statewide. So, or maybe around 100,000. You do the math. We can get out the calculator, we could do the math, but there's probably around 100,000 left if I had to guess. 1,106,668 divided by 0.92. Yeah, there's 96,000 votes left, probably around 100,000 remaining. Clown World says, how are Trump's endorsements doing overall? 2 are probably going to lose. McGeehan and Cawthorn already lost. This is what it comes down to. Will Oz lose? And if he does, it's because Trump's base didn't fully trust him or support him. And McCormick, being the unknown, did better than a lot of people expected in these rural counties. Brandon Theodore says it sucks that Cawthorn lost, but with the possibility of Vance and Masters in the Senate, it more than makes up for the loss. I mean, I agree. Cawthorn is a mixed bag, but it is what it is. Man, nothing new. Nothing new. All right, let's check Oregon. Now, Perkins is ahead in Oregon, which I don't know, Perkins. If Perkins is the Q boomer, she's probably not going to win the general. But a lot of the Perkins support is like from rural Oregon. I don't know. We'll have to see. Harvick, I think, might do well south of Portland. So I don't know. Yeah, Crap was at 68.2, and McGeehan's at 21.4. Little's probably going to win, I will say, sadly, but it wasn't unexpected. McGeehan never pulled above 30. There's nothing entirely new here. Oh, wait, vote dump and not much change. Oz gained about 100 votes from that. I don't know where it came from. But like I said, we're waiting on 3 counties. Still, Montgomery not as much, but we're waiting on vote dumps out of Delaware, which I think will benefit Oz, and Bucks, which if everything comes in the way that they should be coming in, it will benefit Oz. Joseph said NBC News has been ahead of New York Times on the vote totals much of the night. Well, either way, we're getting pretty much up to speed here. I'm not going to pull up an NBC if they, happen to be a couple thousand votes ahead. John Waffle says, should Justice run for Senate in 24? I think they could get somebody better. His track record's a little iffy. It's not the worst, but it's not the best either. So, Delaware, 27%. There's no vote dumps out of Delaware County. So, we're 7% remaining, and it's now a 2,600 vote game. Let's check. Yeah, McCormick's rising a little bit and predicted, but not too much. DS Cuber says, Kentucky 6, a teacher of mine ran as the Dem candidate. Interesting. Very interesting. But we're still waiting here. This is painful. It'll just kill you. You're just sitting here. You're waiting for results to pour in. I mean, like I said, the reason why it's this close shows you about Oz's record, and a mix of that and the fact that voters in Pennsylvania did not do their research on David McCormick. And also, if the margin is like 1,000 votes in favor of McCormick, there's a lot of blame to be placed on Jack Posobiec for that too. Because he'll take credit for it. He'll take credit for all the anti-Oz stuff too. Like, I would not be surprised if he actually did change 1,000 votes in Pennsylvania with his tweets. Which, again, Twitter's not real life, but if you're coming down to 1,000 votes out of 1 million, he very may well have caused the outcome, depending on how close the end result is if McCormick wins. And also Kathy Barnett, you could say, is a larger factor. Because at this point, it's clear that a lot of that 24% would have gone to Oz. Assuming voters did their research. Because a lot of them don't. That's the problem. Carlos Danger says, Oz miracle pills cause diarrhea, but I support him. Yeah, I don't really care about the medical stuff. It's irrelevant to me. I just want somebody that's not going to sell out this country. And I'm not even confident that Oz wouldn't. He's far from perfect. Like, I don't understand how people can look at David McCormick and say, this guy is better than Dr. Oz. What do people blame Dr. Oz for? Social liberalism in the past and supporting, like, transgenders or whatever? Dave McCormick is CEO, literally paid for his workers to go get gender reassignment surgeries. Literally. He's a neocon sellout who says whatever is best for China is best for America. That's what he said. He's on trade, he's awful. If you want to lose this race, you nominate McCormick. I will say that. And I don't even know if he'll lose, but I'm just saying, if anybody is going to lose this race, it's McCormick. It's not Oz. And it wasn't Barnett either, but she's fallen behind. She's at 24%, not going to win. So that's the problem that I have. That doesn't mean Oz is perfect, but he's far more of a blank slate than McCormick, I will say that. DS Cuber says Oz pro-trans, masks, lockdowns, Barnett was best. And I agree with that. Barnett was better than Oz on the issues, objectively. I didn't support Oz, but compared to McCormick, where was McCormick with the trans lockstep with Oz? He actually put his money where his mouth was and paid for the surgeries. That should tell you more than what you need to know. Same thing with the whole lockdowns thing. McCormick is just, he's run-of-the-mill when it comes to that stuff too. But we're waiting on the end results. Okay, they updated the results out of the one county that didn't report yet. What was it, Potter County? Potter came in for Barnett. Oz came in third, but not by much. So whatever's left is going to come from mainly the Philly metro, some smaller metros and counties that Oz are winning in, which, again, the eastern Pennsylvania, that's Oz's strength. The rest of these votes won't make much of a difference at all. So do with that information what you will. Okay, we just saw a little bit of a vote dump, but nothing really changed. Dauphin is almost all the way in, and McCormick actually gained in Dauphin, which, that's a bra moment. Whatever. Let's see. Yeah, now it's 50-50 on Predicted. Raylan Gibbons says, Pennsylvania is Trump's mess. Oz is a liberal carpetbagger. Barnett got 24% by herself. Don't care if Oz or McCormick win. Not voting for either in November. A lot of people feel the way you do. A lot of people feel that way. I'm not going to tell you that that's unjustified that you do. But I'll take Oz over McCormick. I don't trust McCormick at all. I think Oz could be at least willing to fall in line with whatever Trump demands because they're friends. So that's the way I see it. And on Predict It, now McCormick has taken the lead. And now he leads by 3,000 votes. Okay. Now where are those votes coming in from? There's still nothing out of the Philly Metro League. That's what it comes down to. I want to see the Philly Metro report. A lot of that 5% that's remaining is directly in the Philly Metro area. And no, I'm not going to say, oh, we have to let Fetterman win because Fetterman is literally a communist. You're letting an open Marxist into the Senate. We're not going to do that. We're not going to play those games. But I will say the white pill is that Pennsylvania is known for primarying out their senators. They almost primaried out Specter in 2004. They did primary out Specter on the Dem side in 2010. If Toomey was up for re-election, he likely would have lost a 1-to-1 primary to somebody too. So that's the good news. I will say that, but it doesn't justify anything. Yeah, now we've reached 95% reporting. I'm going to check Decision Desk once again, and we'll reload it because it's being dumb. For some reason, yeah, McCormick's at 60. Now he's at 64. Oh, what do you know? See, Decision Desk has the counties in the southeastern part of the state less in. It only has 84% in. So maybe there are more votes out there, but it hasn't updated a lot. Bro, you people in your conspiracy super chats, I swear. But seriously, McCormick he's up by 2,800. He's up by 2,800, and yep, that is not good. But what can I say? Seriously, this is your field. I mean, it's your field. This is what happens when you put up weak candidate versus weak candidate. People look elsewhere. People stay home. Oz kind of got booed at the Trump rally. He did. If you actually listen to the audio from the crowd, it was 50-50. Now, when it comes to everything else, you could easily see the fact that Trump's endorsements don't always cause people to get out and vote for good reason, one could say. But who knows? No, Boyd says, so you're not denying it. I don't know what you're talking about, quite frankly. I have no idea what you're talking about. But I appreciate the super chats. I really do. I just don't know what you're talking about. Okay, now it's down to 91. So there are more votes than we anticipated. I don't know how this, like, these people are so incompetent at doing their jobs. The Secretary of States and just the local people, just the incompetency is through the roof with a lot of these people. But we'll see. Does that increase Oz's odds on predicted? Apparently it might, because there might be more votes than we thought. But like, actually just get the votes counted. Do this. It's not that difficult. You just count them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You just count them. Say, oh, this guy goes this way. This guy goes this way, or just tabulate them the way they should be the way they should be tabulated. Josiah White says Gale Bros were the only ones with no baggage. Yeah, well, the Gale Bros ended up getting 1.4%. Like, these candidates that are like that small have no shot. At that point, they might as well just drop out and endorse somebody else. It's the equivalent of taking a campaign to the convention when you get like 1% in a primary. The Great MAGA King says, do we need to take L in the Senate race? No. Fetterman is that bad to the point where I'll say no. John Waffle says, I refuse to vote for McCormick. Sorry. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Bruh says, GOP leads Dem by around 120,000 votes in the Senate primaries. I mean, that's not unexpected. Republicans have the energy factor right now. So there's 2,500 votes that separate the two. And Decision Desk is far behind, so. What can I say? Okay, now it went down to 91. Raylan Given says, while I won't vote for him, Fetterman winning will be easier to beat in 6 years than it will be to primary a Rhino incumbent. I mean, it depends. Really depends. I think that there might be some truth to that. Dean House says, bad news, 7K male left in Lancaster. Is there really? I don't see 7. Maybe there's that many. I don't know. We'll see. This is going down the wire. This is exhausting. We'll check on Oregon. Yeah, Perkins is up. Perkins is not going to be able to win a general if Perkins is the nominee, in my opinion, especially in Oregon. This isn't Ohio. But we'll check on Idaho. Hey, Crab was at 68. 6% reported. McGeehan is, again, down in both Boise and Idaho Falls. Those might be the more neocon part of the state, but it's unlikely that she wins. I will say that. Okay, now it's at 2,700 vote differential. So we're just sitting back here. We're waiting for the results to pour in out of Pennsylvania. We'll check the betting odds again. Okay, now Oz is back on top. Okay, it's 50-50 basically. Apparently David McCormick is winning the nomination market. He's also winning the second place market, which is redundant. But okay, Decision Desk put in Potter for Barnett. They haven't put anything in for Juniata, but that is in for McCormick on this map. Tracy Weiland, Realtor Beekeeper, said, did anybody check on the Atlanta Water Department? Apparently not. Or maybe. Well, Philadelphia Water. Well, Philadelphia's coming in for Oz, though. That's the thing. I don't think there's any more ballots left in Philadelphia at all. Oz could use a water break. Jamie McCullough said, I heard that Pennsylvania had a record amount of Democrats registering as Republican this year. You think that's maybe why McCormick's doing so well? I don't think so. I think those are just people that are just legacy Dems. Probably a lot of them voted for Trump. They probably voted for like Obama or Kerry or just old Republicans. To Ann Ritter for the super sticker. But yeah, it's like still got 8% of the vote left to be counted. We just don't know how that's going to go. Pretty much all of the votes that have been counted since like the votes, the initial vote dumps have favored Oz, but will they favor him enough to get him over the top? Because McCormick is just like not moving. It's pulling teeth to put Oz in the lead. Yeah, it's 50-50 in the betting odds still, which honestly makes sense. And Ritter says, do you think Mastriano outputs Kathy in his governor's cabinet? He might. I don't know how much of the cabinet they get to make in Pennsylvania, if they get to make any part of it. Dean G says, imagine being Trump and think it's a good idea to endorse a pro-trans children doctor, thus splitting the MAGA vote between him and Barnett, thus handing it to the pro-China gay marriage sellout. Yeah, I mean, if you're friends with Trump and, he says, oh, Trump is healthy, well, that happens. He said Trump was as healthy as you could be back in 2016. Trump goes on his show, oh, I'm gonna do him a favor. And that's how these things work in business. And I understand that you have to be a good businessman, but at the same time, you can't screw your movement over while simultaneously being a good businessman. It doesn't work that way at all. Noah Boyd says, Brian Fitzpatrick losing? I don't believe he is. I mean, I don't think he has that much of a primary challenger. Yeah, he's at 69%. I don't think he'll lose. Should he lose? Yeah, he should, but like he's beloved in his district despite being a rhino for some reason because he does a lot for his district. So yeah, there's no new vote dumps at all. I just need to finish this thing. Get it over with. See, Oz is close to the game. It's only, it's 0.3 here. It's 0.2 here, actually. And Ritter says, David McCormick's another Mitt Romney. I agree. I think he's worse than Romney, actually. I think he has the potential to be like, I don't know, a Collins. Like, McCormick probably would have voted for Kentucky if he was in the Senate. Like, that's what it would come down to. Like, this is what you're dealing with by putting these individuals, these caving neocon establishment losers in power. This is exactly what you get. So, check Oregon again. Perkins is in the lead. Idaho. Crapo, and people will say it's Crapo, but no, we call him Crapo here, is at 69%. Little's at 60, McGeehan's at 25. It's, it is what it is. Little's probably going to take the governorship easily, probably in the mid-50s. But the big election is the Senate race. Mastriano's at 45.2. It is for him. He's doing very well. A lot of votes left in Delco. He might even lead in Delco. OG Steven, 2001, says, can Oz still get it done or is it over? I think that he can get it done. I think it's actually 50-50. But we just don't have any votes that are coming in to the point where we don't know how this is going to pan out. McCormick is barely leading the betting odds, but the betting odds have been going back and forth all night. They're not exactly the best metric to determine who's going to win. Eric Echevarria says, your thoughts on Mastriano? Also, you're wrong about Oz. Oz would vote any way Trump wants. Well, no, I that's literally what I've been saying. I think Oz would fall in line to vote with the way Trump wants. He's not perfect on the issues, though. He is somebody who very well could be a snake. He is somebody who has espoused very socially liberal positions, not 20 years ago, but like 2 years ago. But now that he's running for Senate, he's America first, according to Trump, which, can you even call yourself America first and have dual citizenship, especially with Turkey? I know he says that he'll get rid of it if he wins, which I don't even know if he's going to win, but he should get rid of it regardless. Okay, whoa, what happened? Okay, now it's within 700 votes. I think the votes out of Montgomery got dumped. Let's look at the full results here. Maybe not. How did that happen? What county came in? That's weird. I honestly don't know how that happened. But either way, Oz surged. He's now 700 votes away. Still don't know where the votes came from. Maybe they did come from Montgomery. Yeah, they did come from Montgomery. Okay. Montgomery's all the way in. And that's the least of those three counties in terms of the votes they had remaining. And now Oz is 700 votes away. And there's probably like 60, 70,000 votes left. He just needs to win those votes by 700 and he'll take the state. So, yeah, Oz is now at 64 cents. All right, we'll see. 6% left. Oz is surging in the places that he needs to win. He diminished the lead for Barnett in Montgomery. There's a lot of votes remaining across the state that will make this thing come down the wire. But the two big counties are Delaware County, which I think Oz is going to win. I think. Or at least he'll narrow the margin in. And Bucks, which Oz is doing very well in so far in Bucks. If you look at Bucks County, he's at 33. 47% of the votes are remaining. Probably going to go in favor of Oz. Okay, there was movement, but it was not really that much, and now it's down to 92 again. So, okay, there's still some votes left out of Montgomery, but that's a good thing. Like, that's going to help Oz. Gerald Armstrong says the chat went from never Oz to go Oz. It's true. Raylan Given says Pennsylvania Senate race doesn't matter now with either Rhino winning. Mastriano becoming governor is all that matters in November. Reform the state and save the future of the state. The Senate can be taken without Pennsylvania. Well, it's going to go red. if Mastriano wins, it's going to go red, which I think Mastriano will win easily. And I like Mastriano. Manny Sicilian is being accurate and fast tonight. With election stuff, that's not that unexpected because they're better at it than most people give them credit for. That's one of the only things they can be halfway decent at. Gerald Armstrong says the chat went from Never Oz to Go Oz. Okay, we already covered that one. Let's see. I want to make sure. Okay, it's 800 vote difference right here. We'll check decision desk. Yeah, it's closing in too here. Memeatologist says Cawthorn Soul was just transferred into Hines. Well, Hines, wasn't Hines a football player? Cawthorn was in high school, I believe, but not college. But yeah, the football guy caucus, Herschel Walker, you got Tuberville already in there. You're gonna have who else is going to be a part of the football guy caucus? Baquette, I want Morgan to win that primary, but if Baquette actually wins in Arkansas, if he gets the second place and wins the runoff, then maybe he'll join it. I don't know. Liberty Alliance's Pennsylvania precincts ran out of Republican ballots. Well, that's a good thing. It means they had too many people that were turning out. But Gerald Armstrong says, why is Uniata County gray on decision desk? I don't know. And Ritter says, Trump is hoping Oz will be another Rand Paul. Their ideologies are a little bit too different to say that. Yeah, Burgess Owens is in the football caucus. Who's the guy running? Jerome something? Davidson, is it? In Arizona's 4th or whatever? Met that guy in Arizona. He's pretty epic. He's going to be joining the football caucus. He's going to knock off Greg Stanton, I hope. People will say it's a long shot. He's the guy to do it. So, all right, let's see. Oz is at 63. So he topped out because they dump some votes in and they don't finish dumping them. So, once again, how many people? We got 5,700. Like the stream. Make sure you like the stream. Subscribe to the channel. If you're not subbed yet, I would highly encourage that. We're going to get there. We're going to get to 123.5. We're 99 away. I think we can get there. 99 people subscribed. That'd be a huge milestone because we're getting closer. We're getting there. But yeah, still 62-38. Okay, so nothing's new, nothing's reporting. So let's check on Idaho. Crapo at 69, McGeehan at 21. Okay, Oregon. We'll check out in Oregon. Parkin's still leading. 60% of the votes are in, and I think that's pretty much it. Oh, wait, no, that's for Senate. Oh, that's for Senate. Okay, I don't even care if she wins the Senate primary. Christine Drazen is winning the governor's primary right now, winning everywhere in the state. That's what matters. I was confused. Did Scarlatos win his primary? Yeah, easily. It wasn't even contested. Okay. So that's good. That's really good. But we'll have to see. All right, so nothing is new. SB says, McCormick, we have tens of thousands of mail-ins left. Well, they all say that. We'll see if it happens. Will the mail-ins even break for him? They have it in every single county, at least the late reporting ones. So a lot of them are provisional. This thing is going down the wire. I will say that it's within 1,000 votes. Gerald Armstrong says update on Lieutenant Governor. For Pennsylvania, it's Luis Del Rosa's were basically pulled away with it. Which again, it was what a waste for Teddy Daniels to go from running for Congress. He would have had a shot at the primary to get a third place finish for lieutenant governor. Not a fan of that decision. But we need Delaware County. That's what we're waiting for. If Delaware reports, then Oz is going to probably pull ahead. If it reports the way we anticipate. Picky Six says, will Oz be better than Toomey? Easily. Toomey voted to impeach Trump. Oz would never do that. Like, I know there's more to politics than just that, but he's going to be better than Toomey. Okay, McCormick pulled ahead, actually, by, I think he gained 750 net votes. I don't know where they came from, but he did just gain. Someone in chat said 104,000 votes are remaining in Pennsylvania. If that's the case, I think Oz would be favored. Depending on what kind of votes they are and where they're coming from. Because we don't have anything from Delaware. We don't have anything from, in comparison to what we need from Bucks. Let's see. Okay, Delaware actually came in and McCormick saw a surge, so I don't know. That's not good, but there still are some votes left there that we don't know how they're going to go. We don't know what precincts they're coming in from or whatever, but we'll have to wait and see. Shout out to Ann Ritter for the super sticker. But yeah, it's like we're just waiting. They keep holding it. We keep waiting. It's like we're 93%, and this is a very close race. They should be reporting it faster, but they're not. John Waffle says we need to stop with the mail-in crap. Well, thankfully Mastriano won. Because Mastriano won, hopefully it will stop. Yeah, 30,000 ballots that aren't going to show up until tomorrow. If that's the case, then this thing is not... We can't sit here all night and wait for them. But what do you know? What votes are they going to count tonight is the real question, because if they're going to be counting more ballots tonight, at least to the point where we better have an understanding of where the race sits, then that's a good thing. But will they have that? I don't know. But in rural areas, just head to vote for McCormick. Yeah, what a great idea. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. I'm not thrilled with it, but it's just like these people just don't pay attention. That's the problem. Like, it's like they live in these areas. They, like, being disconnected from reality arguably can hurt in some ways. Like, I advocate for rural living. I advocate for it. There's nothing wrong with it. We love our rural areas. That's where Trump's base comes from. But in these primaries, are these people necessarily as hyper-focused as they should be? I don't know. They'll see an ad for Dave McCormick where he's standing next to Trump, and then they know that Dr. Oz was a liberal, and then they'll vote for David McCormick. They don't even know anybody else in the race. Like, this is the issue. Not everybody's in tune with politics nearly as much as we are. And I'm not saying that everybody in these places is like this, because they're not, obviously. Again, McCormick got like less in a lot of these counties. He's getting like 30-something%, but Columbia County, for him to get 47% of the vote, like a lot of these small counties, he's running up the margins. That's low, man. That is low. I'm sorry. Like, even if Oz pulls this out, we have to have a long discussion about this, because, like, you guys gotta... And you guys got to tell your friends, your family what's up. You know, a lot of people, I get DMs all the time. My dad's voting for this guy. My mom is going to vote for this guy. And it's like, you got to push them in the right direction. And if you're able to do that, you can make a change. But like, you have people with good intentions that don't get it. That's the problem. I went to the Trump rally in Conroe, which is a suburb of Houston, back in February, I believe. Was it January or February? I'm pretty sure it was early February. And just talking to people, they love this country. They're great people, but they don't get it. Like, these are the same people that would like crawl over broken glass to vote for Greg Abbott in a primary because they like see him on Fox News once and he's like giving them lip service, or because that he bussed illegal aliens to DC. Like, that's going to do anything when they're just going to bust them from there to swing states. Like, I don't know, man. It is what it is. And I'm not saying Oz is perfect either, but I'm just looking at this field in general and I'm saying, like, we have a lot of work to do. Someone in chat said Abbott is better than Beto. That's neither here nor there. This is a primary. Like, people genuinely think that the base candidates can't beat Beto in Texas in 2022. This isn't even 2018 Beto. Like, Don Huffines will win by like 11. Abbott will win by 15. I want the right guy that can win by 11 than the guy who's just going to win by 15 and like let the state deteriorate at the presidential level because he's too weak to do anything on immigration or educational reform or anything. So, and we're sitting here. There's no new votes that are coming in. I don't know if there's going to be any votes at all tonight. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. For sure. But it is what it is. Just because somebody has an R next to their name doesn't mean they're going to help you. That doesn't mean they're going to help your family out. That doesn't mean they're going to do anything to benefit your life. They're going to get in there, line their pockets, because that's what the Republican Party has been doing for decades upon decades upon decades. And just being better than the Democrats doesn't cut it. It just doesn't. And if McCormick loses, if he wins this primary and he loses in November, I told you so. I don't think he will. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that I've talked to, and the neocons on Twitter or whatever will say that like Barnett is unelectable and that McCormick is like the most electable. And at the same time, I talk to everybody. They say they wouldn't vote for Oz or McCormick if they like win the nomination. Like, I got so many DMs about that, and I understand that their votes may not make the difference, and a lot of those people are going to come home. But still, you have a lot of people out there who are genuinely fed up and upset with our current establishment in both parties. That are not going to vote for somebody just because they have an R next to their name. It's true. R. Barley 18 says, Blair County, Pennsylvania here. No candidate in any race in any party did any kind of work to present themselves besides yard signs here. I just had to trust Trump. Let's see. I don't want to lose the chat. Jose Morales says, any chance for a runoff? No. No runoffs here. E.G. Johnson says, how about Trump PAC spends money for Oz in the primary? I'm guessing he didn't. Cheap. Mess up the primary and you've messed up the general. Well, I think that Trump felt as if he didn't need to because he endorsed him, and I think he's saving the money for 2024, which I can't entirely blame him for. Like, one could say, why doesn't Ron DeSantis give away his money? He has $100 million. I mean, he's pretty much a foregone conclusion Trump's going to run in 2024, and he's not. So one could make the argument with him because he's arguably going to win. He could win by 5 if he doesn't spend a single cent. See, Jenkins313 says, in Conroe, Abbott was booed. I voted Prather. Yeah, I booed for Abbott. But I did not support Prather. I wanted Huffines. Eod Sleem says, base first-gen American here. I basically have ideological control of my Lebanese parents when it comes to Election Day. Good. That's good. We love to hear it. Put it to good use. Gerald Armstrong says, I saw way more Mastriano signs than any Senate candidate during election season. And that's too, the governorship was more talked about. You know, a lot of people just looked at the Senate race and were just like, whatever. Like Parnell would have carried away with this, but now Parnell's being a sellout and he just can't stop praising McCormick every 5 seconds. Which should tell you he probably took a lot of money to do so. The Great MAGA King says every state should have a runoff. Maybe. I guess in this case. Talk to future Governor Mastriano about that. Like, that's the good result, which wasn't unexpected, but he won pretty easily. We'll check it on Oregon. Yeah, the Senate race doesn't matter that much because it's going to be safe blue. If Perkins wins the Senate race nominee, it's just not even that big of a deal because they're going to lose regardless. But the governorship primary, I don't know. Whoever like can win Oregon should win. I haven't researched that much into this race, but Christine Drazin seems to have a lot of support statewide. So I don't know if she'll win or Bob Tiernan might pick it up in the Portland suburbs or whatever, but we'll have to see. North Carolina, they called it for Sandy Smith. They called it for Bo Hines. So there you go. C. Jenkins 313 says, boomers voted for Abbott, couldn't convince otherwise. This is true. Talk to every young conservative in the Zoomer generation. Not a single one of them supported Greg Abbott for the most part. Like Abbott is like Zoomers get it on politics because they're less inclined to just support somebody because they have name recognition. And they're also more in tune with the online community, even if they're not even in our circles. But there's no movement here. No movement at all. Oh, I spoke too soon. Yeah, Barnett gained 0.1%. Again, that 0.1% could very well benefit Oz at this moment, but whatever. We'll check the betting odds again. Yeah, they have McCormick up. We're not going to get the full results tonight. We might have to end the stream because there's so many ballots that are not even going to be counted. So it just is what it is, guys. But again, I really appreciate everyone for tuning in. I will say that. Make sure you like and subscribe before you go and hit the bell for notifications so you never miss another video. But I'm not going this second. This will be last call for Super Chats. If you guys have any Super Chats you wanted to send in but haven't sent them in yet, make sure to do so. Also, hit that subscribe button. We're less than 50 subs away from 123.5K. That is a big milestone. Very big milestone. So again, if you guys have super chats, feel free to send them in. But this is a mess. This is a mess, and hopefully, like I said, McCormick goes down. But it's not a guarantee in any way, shape, or form. So make sure, like I said, pay attention. Get everybody that you know to pay attention. McCormick should not be doing this well in the rural part of the state. He's winning most counties. Like, he's not even, like, killing it in the Philly suburbs, which is the most suburban establishment part of the state. I mean, maybe he's, like, playing to his, like, job creator, steel worker aesthetic, but he shipped the same jobs away to China. It's like everybody focused on attacking Oz, which a lot of those attacks were legitimate because he's such a big name. But nobody wanted to talk about McCormick and all the problems and flaws that he brought forward. Had to miss Winnie for the super sticker. But these things matter. TV ads matter. Like back when I was apolitical, I would only know about politics or the candidates from ads. Like these things still matter to a lot of people. Why not buy Hulu ads? Can we do that? Like Hulu ads? Because that's the new thing. Because everybody, they don't even watch regular TV anymore. They use these streaming services. Like, strategy matters. It does. Spartan says, is Cherry Beasley a moderate or far left? Probably in the middle, but she's going to lose anyways. Bud for the win. The best result of the night besides Mastriano winning. All right, I think we're probably going to end the stream here. So Again, appreciate you guys for tuning in. And I will see you guys tomorrow with a video. We'll be streaming next week as well. So do keep that in mind. We'll be streaming next week. We're going to be doing the Georgia primary and the Texas, which is a big one. If you live in the, is it the 61st or the 63rd district? Jeff Younger, rising star. Got to get out and vote for him. He's facing a Rhino neocon candidate, and that guy's a rising star. Could be a very consequential runoff election. So this is true. DS Cuber says MAGA took L's in Pennsylvania, North Carolina. Are we going back to GOPE? I mean, Pennsylvania is a mixed bag. Mastriano is a huge win. North Carolina, Bud took the win. I think you're just looking at one congressional district and a vote splitting type of thing going on, and it's a problem. It is. And you want to blame me for it because I said Barnett's better than Oz and I'd vote for her if it was a three-way race like the polls showed. Fine, but the polls were wrong. The polls were wrong in favor of the establishment, which almost never happens in Pennsylvania. So I will say that. Even if Oz wins, the polls were a little bit off. McCormick winning undecideds might have been because he was an unknown. He wasn't being talked about as much, and that's a problem. And we're going to cover all of this. We're going to cover all of this tomorrow. In tomorrow's video, we're going to be covering it in ensuing videos this week. We've got primaries. We've got a midterm election to win. Stay white-pilled. It's okay. Oz isn't that great either, but he's better than McCormick. I hope he still pulls it off. We have time. But it is what it is. Spartan says, is Herschel Walker a good presidential candidate? Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what he does as senator, but it's just too early to tell. He has scandals. He does have scandals, but I still think he'll win. Sam Madsen said I wouldn't vote for McCormick or Little. Yeah, I probably wouldn't either. But I don't live in Pennsylvania, so it is what it is. Anyways, guys, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Like the stream before you go. Subscribe. Hit the bell. Join the website. Link is in the pinned chat message right there. So, as always, guys, thanks for watching. Red Eagle, out.